Hello, everyone. Welcome to Shine Your Light, episode number 5, month number 5. I've got Val is my co-host this evening. And so please welcome her and please welcome Terry from Holding Your Space. Yay!
Hey, everybody. Glad
Hello,
to be here.
hello. And how is everyone doing? Thank you to the folks that are joining us. I hope that we'll see a lot more folks come in as the notices go out and all that good stuff. But hello to Donna Marie, to Karen Doyle, Kimberly Canos, Anita K, Leah is here, and Dawn Turner. Hello, Dawn. And Laura Hammond Davis. So thank you for being here, and our condolences to Leah, who lost her mom earlier today.
Yeah.
And you know, we hold you, Leah, and your mom in that beautiful place of contentment and love, and just in a very spiritual, compassionate, loving place. So I am honored that you would be here with us. So
Love that, Marina. Love that. Yeah. Leah, so much love sending out to you. Lots of hugs, angel hugs.
absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. She passed it, I think, 12/20.
Yes.
And today is the 22nd.
Yes.
So master numbers. And I know that she waited for a little bit to make sure that you guys were okay.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
yeah.
So, yeah. Brenda T, hello, Innocent Potato, Nita's Nook, Amanda Carroll, Ness is here. Hi, Ness. Diane G, Becky Stone, Kathy Goodwin, Kim B, Denise McMullen, yes. Snapdragon, Edward Kenneth, hello, Edward. I think that is Julie Moon, Kay Muldoon. Thank you for being here. And so yeah, I'll just very briefly explain to you guys the kind of the why are we having this event? Why Shine Your Light? And hey, Gerald, nice to see you here. Carolyn Booker, Diane G, T Garden. Hello. So this was something that Sherry from Trancing with Spirit, she was notified by her guides when they woke her up at 4:00 in the morning and said, you know, pay attention, this is important. And so they told her that, you know, they wanted her to put something like this together, and that it was to unify everyone, to concentrate on the positive, to get us together with in sending out that love, light, compassion, and unity in a very practical way. And so she approached me with this and asked if I would be interested. And of course, yes, absolutely. So we started this in November, and it's been happening every month since. And it is something that I desperately look forward to, because the high that I get from sharing that energy with each and every one of you and with the guests is just phenomenal. Right. So I'm prepared today. I do have some apple juice on standby, just in case. Because sometimes I get a little woo. So what happens is, as we gather, we'll have different people that are going to be joining us, and you know, talking about different things and so on. And we're going to, starting at 7 p.m. on the Eastern Standard Time, we're going to ask you to participate in the event by turning on your porch lights, by putting a lamp in the window. You have one of those little battery operated candles or something, but put it somewhere where it can be seen. And then we'll repeat the process when we hit the 7 p.m. slot in the Central Time Zone, and then again in the Mountain Time Zone and the Pacific Time Zone. So that the vision that I have is starting at 7. If I'm looking down on the Earth from space, I see the eastern part light up, and then I see the central, and then I see the mountain and the Pacific. And by the time that we're done, the whole area is just lit up. And I like that image. So now that you know what we're doing and so on and so forth, I'm going to ask Terry to tell us a little bit about what she's up to.
Well, leading lots of meditations. So, and it's funny when we come back from meditation, and because it's always on a journey, we do a lot of journeying. And when we come back to the earth, we see so much more light. The light workers awakening. So many people are awakening, and so many people are here, and I'm seeing all these lovely people come in that I know. If you're here, you're a light worker. And it's shining. The earth is just shining when we come back to it. I also feel like we have a physical form, and then we have an auric field, and then we have what I call the light body, which is like a hologram that goes around your physical and auric field. And the earth has one too, has a light grid. So the crystalline energy that's coming in right now, you guys, is amazing. So we are kind of on fire. So if you feel like you're got to hold on to your bedpost at night, you'll fly away.
Mm-hmm.
That's a huge part of it. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Or I don't know about the rest of you, but do you wake up at like 4 o'clock in the morning, shortly after 4, you're wide awake, looking around like, okay, what am I doing? What am I doing? And then it's just kind of a feeling of warmth, or it tingles, from the bottom of my feet up to the top of my head, and then down back again. And then it's, okay, I can go back to sleep now. It's the strangest thing, but it's good. It's good.
That's good.
Yeah.
And how about you, my lovely co-host Val? What have you been to?
I personally haven't been able to sleep. I go to bed, I read, I do anything, and nothing puts me out. Nothing. And it'll be like 4 a.m, and I'm still awake. And this has been like for a week, it's been going on. And I don't know. I don't know what's going on with the energy, but a lot is going on.
Mm-hmm.
All I can say is I'm not eating differently. I'm not doing different things. It's just that's what's happening. But as far as classes, there's still time to sign up. Anyone who wants to take a channeling class, it starts tomorrow, and you can sign up for that on dragonflycrystals.store. But I'm just keeping a calm space for these past few weeks, and it's all I can do sometimes, to just lay there, and that's kind of the mode I'm in.
Exactly. And you know what? Maybe if you're not forcing yourself to sleep, you're just kind of riding whatever it is that's going on. And as long as you're in bed, you're relaxed, you're comfortable, you're warm. Yeah.
I mean, that's it. I'm not going to get in angst about it. And
no.
I've been rearranging my crystals too, and I have this this wonderful piece of shungite um, that I use a lot, because there are times when, I just feel like I'm up there on the ceiling, and you're like, what are you going to do? So that seems to help, but it's a lot.
Yeah, it's a
It's a
lot.
lot right now.
It
And
really
and and your kids will probably feel it too, whether they're adults or
Mhm.
middle-aged kids, it doesn't matter, or if they're babies, but our kids were sensitive. So of course our kids are uber sensitive.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Yeah. A lot of people are picking up on the energy. They really are. And it's that the energy of anticipation more than anxiety. At least that's what I'm picking up on, is the anticipation.
I love that.
It is like something is, it's
Yes.
a big shift. It's a big change. And we're just, all this energy is coming in for us. And it's not like we have to really do anything except open up and really receive it. But it's so much. It's so much. And maybe that's why, some of us have insomnia and kind of feel like we've got to lay down all day long.
Yes. Yeah. And just
But
quickly want to say hi to the folks that are joining us, whether you're from Terry's channel or Val's channel or anyone else's channel. Thank you for being here. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. We want to get this message out to as many people as we can. So when you subscribe, and it doesn't cost you anything, it just it helps with the algorithm, and it helps us to get out in front of people who want to hear our message. They just don't know who we are. So I know that is hard to believe, but it does happen. There are people who have no idea.
And there's something to be said about gathering together as a group. It doesn't matter if it's in real time or it's in the replay, because there is no such thing as time as we know it. So you are going to be tapping into the same energy that we are all tapping into during the Shine the Light event. So this is for in perpetuity. This is for you tapping in. You're going to get this huge wave of energy that we all connect to. And it's going to be really very shifting energies. So there is so much going on right now that this kind of opportunity to be here now doing this is going to be monumental, with all the planetary alignments and the eclipse and all this stuff that has been going on astrologically. There is a real call for this kind of thing to be a huge shift.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I'm looking forward
I'm so
to
glad you said that about everybody being together and how that shifts things. It's a huge shift. And acclimating, people are talking about fasting and what they're doing to help each other in the group. And I always see that, right? The chat groups are so healing. Just to come in and be in the chat is so healing, or whatever you're doing, but taking really good care of yourselves right now. So whatever that means to you, eating the right things, drinking plenty of water, maybe a change in your diet. But if you don't feel that, don't push yourself. Just be present. If you can be.
Absolutely. I mean, and it's sometimes it's actually hard to wake up out of the grogginess for me to actually be present during this, because it really knocks me out. I don't know if what's going on energetically, but I just know it's going to be for our highest good and in the highest timeline. So all of this happening is a really wondrous thing to watch, miraculous, in fact. So we get to be here seeing all of this and participate in it. There's nothing like that. And it is exciting.
It is. And don't forget too that right now more and more light workers are coming online. More and more people are realizing that they have these gifts. and they're able to access them more readily than they might have in the past, right? Where the veil is thinning, and we're getting messages and so on, so that it's no wonder, honestly, when I think about it now, it would make sense that we would all feel that energy, because there is more and more of us.
Right.
And we are all tuning into that same beautiful energy. So, oh my gosh.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's like Donna Marie says, yesterday, I felt like I was out of the body. I feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone.
Yes.
Absolutely. It's these energies are so high frequency and so different than even higher calibrations are happening for all of us, that it is so exponentially larger than we've had. And in this opening of this astrological events and things going on, we absolutely are being, and don't worry if you feel like, oh, how can I accept in all that? It'll sit outside your energy field till you're ready. Don't worry about it. You aren't going to miss anything.
Yeah. I love what Innocent Potato is saying, and I love that name. Finding yourself to preferring to stay home. You're probably empaths, all of you too, and or all of us. I'll rephrase that. And taking really good care of ourselves, and if you need to stay home, feel it. But don't worry when you're not feeling it. Like, we're going to get these huge surges, and then all of a sudden it gives us time to acclimate.
Yeah.
And when you're acclimating, you might be like, well, what happened? Where are you?
Exactly.
So know that you're right where you need to be.
Exactly.
In fact, I think it was on the Lightworkers show, we were talking about this, that when you think nothing's happening and you aren't connecting anymore and you don't feel spiritual and all this stuff is going on, that's when you're just about to take a quantum leap in connection. So you have to go, oh, something's good is coming. It's even going to be a deeper connection. So it's
absolutely
funny how that happens.
Absolutely. And that just and we've been saying this for a while, just ride the wave, just go with it, be present in the moment. You can observe what's going on around you. You can acknowledge what's going on around you. You just don't have to participate in any of the uncomfortable that's going around there.
Absolutely. And then that's the beautiful thing, is everything's a choice.
Yeah.
So you can choose what you want to put your awareness on, and have your consciousness be focused on, because that is what creates your reality. So how powerful is that in every moment you get to choose, and every moment's a new reality, your consciousness is creating, just like snapshots or images on a movie screen.
Totally.
Beautiful. Yeah. I really feel like, the past, the present, and the future, that we're pulling our past selves in.
We are.
And letting go of like 7 generations.
Absolutely. I'm getting the chills as you say that, Terry.
Ancestral. And then we're calling in also, we've been calling in our future selves in meditation to come back and help us with things.
Yes.
But we're also, when we are healing that ancestral trauma or karma, whatever you want to call it, then also we are healing our descendants. So 7 generations in the future.
Exactly.
So it's that's a lot of power, you guys.
It's a lot of energy. And it's a lot of power. And even my guides have been kind of telling me that we're collapsing all of it into this one now moment. So of course that all makes sense, right?
Yeah.
As we're coalescing together all of the past lives, we're going to sort through all of that stuff that in our ancestral lineage that might have been trauma or something in the stories that stuck with us. So all of that is nameless stuff is being integrated and, all this stuff that's going on. And we don't even have to actually name it, but it is happening.
Yeah, we
So
don't have to remember it or name
don't,
it
Yes.
or touch it. We
Yeah.
just have to know that it's happening and
exactly.
be there.
Yep.
Be
Yep.
present.
Yep. Honor it. Be grateful for it. So, oh,
So that's just a whole bunch different than it was 20 years ago when you had to go through these angsty birthing process or whatever kind of stuff. You really, we have it all streamlined now where we divine source, however we've stepped up into this, our consciousness together has created a way in which we are going to flow through this in a much more smooth and streamlined way to create this opening to step into our divine source.
Yeah. James asked a really good question. How do we know we are channeling our future selves? We just invite them, James. I just invite my past self and my future self.
And see,
and I ask them to bring me something. Like I got a feather the other day and I got a shell in my right hand. So, and then you just kind of pull it together.
Yeah. And this is how powerful you are, that you can just simply, it's simple. There isn't any big, huge mechanism to anything anymore. It is simply you saying, I call in all of my future selves who have all the information and knowledge that can assist me now in this timeline, in this now moment, to walk my divine plan path in a golden and glorious way. You can say it in whatever words you want. That was quite flowery, but you can say say that with ease and grace. So you're calling it in. You are able to. You have the power to call it in. That is all it is.
Yes.
You have we don't realize that we are the creators of our situation, of our consciousness here now experience. So you think, oh, I wish I could. Well, just go ahead and do it. Think it.
Try it.
Do it.
Yeah, and that curiosity too about what are you going to tell me today? Or what are you going to give me today? I'll always ask them to bring you a gift. Because then you have something, you'll remember the gift. You might not remember what they say. You might not remember how it feels, but you'll remember the gift.
I love that.
And you're divine. We're all divine.
Yes.
So.
Absolutely. I always say that we are little mini creator gods in training. And that's
100%.
That's what we're here doing.
Right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So we are getting close to the top of the hour in the Eastern time zone. So I'm going to ask Val if she can do the prayer and set the intention for us as we join the energy and ask you to turn on your porch lights on the East Coast at 7, put a lamp in the window, do whatever to shine your light. Okay.
So everyone, this is going to be a prayer of attunement, opening to unity, oneness, and the light of the worldwide community. So take a deep breath. And if you can, take 3 deep breaths. And feel the breath of life move through you, gentle, expansive, divine. As we enter this sacred space together, allow yourself to settle into the presence of pure light, the light that lives within you, the light that connects you to every soul gathered around the world. Feel into the stillness now, and with your next breath, begin to sense the radiant grid of light forming across the earth. A global network of hearts unified in purpose, anchored in love. You are not alone. You are part of a great wave of light workers, wisdom keepers, and healers who have come together at this moment to shine with intention for peace, for love, for oneness. Feel this unity rise from the center of your being. linking heart to heart, soul to soul. Feel the pulse of divine source moving through this connection, reminding you that we are one light, expressing through many. In this sacred attunement, we open ourselves fully to the highest timeline, to the remembrance of our shared divinity, and to the truth that together we are powerful beyond measure. May this resonance of peace, this current of compassion, and this flame of unity carry through the earth like a song sung by the hearts of the awakened. We are here. We are united. We shine as one. And so it is. So be it. It is done.
It is done. Oh, thank you, Val. Thank
You're
you.
welcome. It was my
And-
pleasure and honor.
Yes.
Wonderful.
And hello, artist Liz and Ramon Moonscarab has joined us. Hello, Ramon. We've got Susan Rotella, Play Love Remember, Starfish Jenny. Thank you for being here. Guadalupe V, Medusa. Oh, thank you guys for joining us. This is, yeah. I just feel so so humbled when I see that many people join in unison and go for the same desires. So
absolutely. Well, I'll leave you guys till the next one. If you,
okay.
as per our schedule.
What schedule? Who's got a schedule? Yeah. Okay, Val. Yes, we will see you later. Thank you so much for that wonderful prayer and intention.
You're welcome.
Yeah, beautiful, Val.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank
yeah,
you, Terry.
goosebumps.
Bye.
Totally. Bye for now.
Bye.
So, yeah, for those
Are
of
you
you
bringing other people on? Let me know when I have to go or need to go because I will.
Oh,
I'll just sit
no.
here.
No. That's fine. That's fine. We're absolutely okay. This, we can, chat about anything and everything, all kinds of things, all things positive and whatnot. So, I did want to kind of at the top of the hour just give you guys that are in the chat with us just a little bit of information about the merch store. If you wanted to get your own Shine Your Light t-shirt, and I'm going to stand up so you can see what it looks like. There you go. Shine Your Light. And I've just added to the website, so it's a little bigger. And I will caution you that the t-shirts are good quality, but they're a little on the small side. So go up a size to be comfortable. But I will put up the banner for where you can go to get your. There you go. So you can go to heartcentertarot.myspreadshop.ca, or you can go to the my YouTube channel, and you'll see there's one sentence kind of description, and then it has 3 dots and then more. If you click on the more and scroll down, you'll see there's a link there to the merch store. So you can go in there, you can check it out. You can see some of the other items that are on there, the messages for Lightworkers, Sisters of the Mystical Tarot, and particularly the Shine Your Light. So you can get your own t-shirt. And Kimberly says, yeah, exactly the question I was going to ask. Size. Yes. Yeah. Do go up a size. So absolutely. And then not only t-shirts, but oh my gosh, have you ever seen anything this adorable before?
No way.
It's a teddy bear, and he's wearing a Shine Your Light t-shirt.
That is too cute.
I know. It is just absolutely adorable. And when I saw this, the first thing that I thought of was, oh my gosh, all the new moms, you know, when you're thinking about getting something for the baby or whatnot, this is something that they could have for a very, very long time. And it's a reminder not only to mom, but to the baby as well. Shine your light.
Yeah.
Be the light worker that you were intended to be in this lifetime. And there's little sayings that underneath excuse me, my t-shirt says, "Together we can light the world." There's another one that says, "Love, light, compassion, unity." Another one that says, "Be the spark." So there's all kinds of different ways that you can participate. The other thing that I'll tell you guys is, because I'm located in Canada, the prices in my merch store are Canadian, which means those of you that are in the US, you're already saving, because the Canadian dollar is much weaker than the US dollar right now. There's that. Plus, there's always some kind of a sale, whether it's free shipping, 10% off, 20% off, whatever. So go in there and check it out. Check it out. So that's the merchandising end of things. I will tell you too that I've been working on the Shine Your Light website. I think I have it up and running. So if you check it out, if you see anything on there that needs to be tweaked, please let me know, because I don't know what is and isn't working from my end, because I think everything is working, right? So yeah, if you can do that, and it's simple, it's shineyourlight2025.com. So, alrighty, that takes care of the merchandising and the website and whatnot. So I thought that one of the other things that we might talk about is some of the ways that you might be able to fight your fears.
Brilliant.
And I know, that right now people are a little apprehensive and so on. So what are some of the ways that you, Terry, fight your fears or deal with some of your fears?
Well, I love this question because I do have some, and I have the opportunity to use them, so I know they work. There's a great thing that you can do about going into your senses and look around your room. Name 5 things that you see. Use your sense of smell. Name 5 things and imagine that.
Mhm.
5 things that you hear. Use your senses with that, and not only will this help to calm yourself and bring yourself present, but then you go into your subtle senses, and that's going to work with your intuition if you want to, and 5 things that you remember, like remember about light or intuition, or and 5 things that you love, 5 things that you're grateful for. It's going to increase your vibration, and it's going to kind of really center yourself and calm yourself. There's also an incredible Vedic breath work, and it's called the box breath. And you guys probably all know it, but I'll just say it. You inhale through the nostrils to the count of 4. Any of these things that you can't do, you guys, for any reason, you can imagine you're doing it.
Yes.
And your brain doesn't know the difference, and your body will respond and come into homeostasis. So breathing into the count of 4 through your nostrils, holding to the count of 4, and then releasing through the nostrils to the count of 4 and holding for 4. And you do that 4 times. And if you're still a little flustered or feeling wonky, do it another 2 times or whatever you need. Yep. But just continue with it. There's all sorts of little tricks like that. So What about you? What do you do, Marina?
Absolutely. Just give me a sec. I just want to say, what Kendra said. Yeah, when fighting fear, I try to look for ways I'm abundant and grateful for. That is one of the key things,
Mm-hmm.
is to live in gratitude before you receive whatever it is that you are anticipating. Being gratitude before it comes in. Now, what do I do when I'm feeling fearful or something comes up that makes me a little apprehensive or afraid or whatnot? Is first of all, I like to name the fear. What is it that I'm fearing?
Yeah.
Right? Name it. And then look at it and kind of question myself about, okay, I have a fear of snakes. Even seeing snakes on TV, it kind of gives me the creepy crawls. So I can think about, okay, it's a snake. It can bite me. It can poison me. But then to go a little deeper, it's like, okay, have I ever been in contact with a snake? No. Has a snake ever slithered into my house and scared me? No. Do I know anyone who's been bitten by a snake? And just, you start asking yourself questions and you realize that, okay, so where is this fear coming from then? What is it about them that, I am so fearful of? I have no experience with snakes. So, this was something that I went through a while ago. I can tell you, snakes are not my favorite thing, but I did get myself to the point that I was able to touch a snake and realize that it doesn't feel the way that I thought it would feel. It doesn't, it didn't have any of the qualities or any of the negativity that I associated with it. So, I think once you recognize what that fear is and you analyze it and you say, okay, well, you know what? Yeah, I have a healthy respect for snakes. I'm not about to go out and try to find some and bring them home as pets, but I don't have to fear them.
I
So,
love that. I love that. Yeah. So I'm so glad you brought that up because curiosity uses a different section of your brain than fear does. And
mhm,
you can't have both at the same time. So when you respond in curiosity to something that you fear, it's huge. And someone else had just said, being in the state of grace, and you were talking about it too. And the state of grace is a very high level of frequency. So it's like, it's amazing. Yeah. When you say what you're grateful for, it changes your entire vibration.
it
I had
does.
a vision. My guide showed me a vision of my death a few years back. I was really old and I was working with children, and I decided it was time to leave my body. And they showed me walking with a group of people into a valley with all these flowers. And I just laid down and walked out of my body. And the first thing that my guide said when I walked out of my body, they said, "We told you you never had to worry." And I'm like, so I know that this is my future now. Maybe it was in a different lifetime, but I think will be in this lifetime. And it's okay because I'll have that vision when I leave. And I think a lot of
Yes.
fear is about the fear of death.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
It is, yes, Gerald,
Love
gratitude
that.
is key. Very, very much.
Right.
Yeah. And the more that you concentrate on gratitude, the more that you will find the universe will provide opportunities for you to be grateful for. And
Mhm.
one of the things that, and some of you that are a little on the on the mature side would probably remember the gratitude journal.
Oh gosh, I love that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And the first time, that I picked up the book and I'm reading through the book, and it's talking about, okay, well, write down, every day 5 things that you're grateful for. Well, for the first little while, trying to pull out 5 things was a job. It was a chore, because I wasn't able to recognize all the things that I could be grateful for, right? I was thinking very much in terms of materialistic things and so on. Once I got into it, it got to the point that it's like 5, only 5. Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? Like, I could just go on and on and on. Because wherever you set your intention, that's where the universe follows. So if you are constantly in a state of grace or being grateful for everything, the universe hears that, and it says, hey, she wants to be grateful, send her more things to be grateful about. Right? So it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? Just like when people feel out of sorts, and they, once you start concentrating on some of the negative, and I think we've all done it at some point in our lives, where you give into it a little bit, and all of a sudden it's like the weight of the world is on your shoulders, and everything falls apart. You're late for an appointment, the car won't start, you hit every red light, right? Because that's where we put our intention.
Yeah. Yeah. A lot of people have been having water problems too, like either their roofs or their sewers,
Yes.
or a fire hydrant outside my house was leaking. I mean, just crazy stuff like that.
Yes.
And so it's really interesting that it kind of comes in waves. And we kind of do that as a group, but making sure that we process our feelings when they come in.
Yes.
The fight or flight response is an excellent response, and as a species, that's why we're where we're at, and we've survived so long on the planet. And so processing that for fear and say, what do I feel? Oh yeah, I feel fear. And like you said, then going into the curiosity, or if you feel anger,
Yes.
I scream in my car, and I have a primal rage that will last longer than a rock star's scream. I've gotten really good at it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. And those, the concept, I think, of kind of acknowledging that we can be angry if we understand what it is that we're angry about.
Yeah.
And then take it to the next step. It's not just enough to be angry, is to think about, okay, all right, I am not very happy with the situation that is happening in my family right now. I'm fit to be tied. Okay. So take a couple deep breaths. What is it in this situation that I personally can control right now?
Yeah.
What can I do right now? Write it down. What are those things that I personally have absolutely no control over? Write it down. Things like, I can control my feelings. I can control my actions, but I cannot control the feelings and actions of someone else. I can acknowledge them. I may not like them, but it's not mine to decide whether it works for them or not. They're on their journey. I'm on my journey. So sometimes taking that extra few minutes and putting things down and realizing that, the things that make you angry very often are things that are being held up like a mirror to things about you that maybe you're not very comfortable about. And to acknowledge that, okay, what can I do about that? right? I'm angry at my sister because she's always making the decisions whenever we decide where we're going to go for dinner. She's always the one that decides, and we have to do things her way. Well, no, that's not true. Because very often what will happen is she will say, where do you want to go for dinner? I don't know. I don't care. Okay, well, then we'll go to this place. See, she's taken over again. Well, the fact is, I'm not mad at her for taking the lead. I'm mad at myself for not having the courage to speak up and say, actually, I feel like sushi tonight, or I feel like Italian tonight, or whatnot, right? So
Yeah.
those are all teachable moments.
Yeah. I'm so glad you brought that up, Marina, because a lot of us haven't used our voices clearly.
Yes.
We weren't raised, right? The constructs of this society don't be quiet, smile like a nice girl or a nice boy or whatever. Be polite. Which of course we want to be compassionate for people and kind to people. But a lot of what we tell the worst things or the worst stories to is ourselves.
Yes.
And what we tell ourselves, like, well, you shouldn't have said that. Why did you say that? And you might persevere over that. And it's, telling yourself you love you every day. But really being curious about, wow, why did don't rock the boat, hypnosis,
Yes.
right? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, hold on while I bring on. Look, the lovely Michelle.
Hi.
How are you? Hi, Terry. Hi, Verena.
Have you
How
got
are
your?
you?
I'm hearing an echo. Have you got your phone or something on?
Let me go ahead and put echo cancellation on.
There you go.
How's that?
I think that's better.
Yeah.
It is too. It is
Yay.
too. So say hello to Michelle Marie, everyone. We were just talking about how do we fight our fears? What are some of the things that we can do to acknowledge our fears, to name them, to even some good self-talk. And what triggers us with other people is usually something that we don't like about ourselves. And yeah, those triggers can help us identify areas where we need a little bit of work and whatnot. So I'm going to include you in this, my wonderful Michelle.
Okay,
so how do you handle fears?
Well, I tend to try to read spiritual texts from experts about it. They seem to know a lot more than I do. And so I'm actually reading a book right now. It's called What Happens to the Soul After Death by Swami It's actually by Swami Sivananda. And I used to fear death a lot more. I don't anymore because he really puts it into perspective. He goes to just putting on new clothes. The soul ascends to new planes. It can be a lower plane, a higher plane, just depending on what vibration you're at. This is where you came from. This is where you're going. And I think that at the core of every single fear is the fear of death. That's why I think the oligarchs are scared to death and they're trying to live forever because they want all the resources and all the money. So because they don't want to die. And if you listen to the gurus and the guys that know what are going on and the gals, you tend to see through all of that, and it brings an enormous amount of peace. At least in my case, it did.
Yes,
Love that. Love that. Yeah.
Absolutely.
So beautiful.
Absolutely.
I'm going to run, and it's so good to see all of you. And we'll
Thank
see
you,
y'all
Terry.
later. Bye. Thank you.
Thank you for being here and for spending time with me and chatting and your wonderful, wonderful energy.
Oh, thanks.
So, yes, and we'll have to we'll chat later. We have to, definitely have to get together again.
Okay. Bye, everybody.
So, take care, Terry. Bye for now. And hello, Carrie Fast. Those of you in the chat, say hello to Carrie. And Carrie is one of my neighbors, not too far from me, and yeah, she has been learning all kinds of things about tarot and oracle and so on. So yeah, welcome, Carrie. So, Michelle, what is happening right now with the astrology, with the Vedic astrology? What is pulling on us and what is pushing us forward?
Well, as you guys know, we just had a big lunar eclipse, and that was on March 14th. And I said that a secret was going to be revealed. And around that time, we found out that 10 Democrats basically sided with the wrong side and gave the new administration a lot of power in Congress. So there was a little bit of that going on. There were also a lot of events personally that were going on with people that reported in. And so we have something even bigger coming, and that's on the 29th. And that is a full stellium solar eclipse. What's a stellium? A stellium is when there are multiple planets involved. So Rahu, which is the north node, is involved as well as Ketu. Those are the nodes that cause eclipses, as well as Sun, Moon, Mercury, Venus, and Neptune. So
Wow.
Mer-Ka-Ba is also, which is one of the sons of Saturn, is going to be involved in the eclipse. And then during the eclipse, Saturn's going to join in. So it's a party.
Hey, come on in.
Yeah. I've been giving a lot of readings in the morning by sign just to kind of prepare each person for what areas of their life that they can expect on a personal level to be shaken up by these energies. And it's a big one. I mean, the last time we had a really big stellium eclipse was for COVID. And my guru at the time, this was the December 2019 eclipse, so it was the 26th. She said there's going to be major climate events. There could be some fires as a result. There is likely to be a lot of civil unrest. There's likely to be possibly a pandemic because of some of the placements that were going on, because it was in Mula and Purva Shada, and Mula is ruled, that's what the moon is in today. It's ruled by Nriti, who is the goddess of destruction. It's the power to destroy. So we looked at her and went, she like named all of these things. Are you serious? Like, is this really going to happen? And she goes, oh yeah, it's just another pattern. It's another cycle. Yeah. And it did. We had the George Floyd protests. We had all the fires. I mean, the Australian outback was just decimated. We had, of course, COVID-19 just swept the world. Everyone was pretty much just hunkered down or forced to work in dangerous environments. It was not a great time. And so we have another one coming. And so I've been trying to prepare people for this. Now, it may not take the form of a pandemic, even though in the United States, people have stopped vaccinating their kids, which isn't great. But when it comes to, civil unrest and big changes in the collective, we can expect those in America in spades. And so I've been trying to prepare my listeners, especially in the morning, for that, because it's a big one. And it's good that we are all on board and we don't allow, because it involves Rahu, which tends to cast illusions our way and make us think either so positive that it goes in a toxic bed, like, oh, nothing's going to happen. If I just pray enough, it'll be fine.
Yes.
Or, where people are really anxious and scared and they overreact and they maybe do something impulsive and not great. So it's all about finding that razor's edge, that balance when we come across these more negative energies. And that's why I've been trying to read, various texts from gurus and people who know a lot more than I do, to try to give people some perspective on how to handle these coming energies. And the first area that these eclipses are going to hit is the 4th and 10th house of the United States. The 4th house is real estate. The 10th house is careers, jobs, things like that. The last time this happened was in 2008, this type of energy. So we lost the middle class just got gutted. Job market went poof for a lot of middle class people, as nurses, teachers, police officers, a lot of layoffs. I was part of that, especially if you were new to the profession, which I was. And now we can expect the working class to get hit. So in addition to that, we can expect, some upsets in our financial systems and things like that. They're not coming for the banks yet. You can give that another 18 months, but they will. But they are going to come for, after this eclipse, is journalism, communications, free speech, and they're already coming for the allies. They're going to try to separate us from our friends, our allies, the people that have our backs as citizens. And so we need to prepare for that and prepare our foreign friends for that. Be like, I do not stand for this. I do not represent this person. I believe in equality for all. I am pro LGBTQ. I am pro female reproductive rights. I am pro people of color and not enslaving or imprisoning them. I am not any of those. Yeah. So it's all about letting people know who we are as citizens and that this administration doesn't reflect this. Now, if it does reflect those people, I encourage them to speak up because then I can just go, okay, let's set a boundary. So,
Yes.
yeah.
Yes.
And a lot of that's been happening too. A lot of clients have been reporting more domestic violence. We saw a lot of domestic violence during COVID because people are now feeling emboldened. It's like, oh, I own you now. I can do
Yes.
what I want to you. And so I've been doing some tarot reads on that, trying to empower women. Like, just because your mother was raised to not have a credit card and not take control of the finances doesn't mean you have to. Don't give all of your power to one person, especially if they're not acting right. So things like that.
Mhm.
But it's going to be interesting, and after they hit the journalism, that's going to be 18 months of that. And in the next 18 months, they're going to come from the banks, people's inheritances, long-term family money. That's going to be a big time of transformation. And then the 18 months after that, we can expect more bloodshed, wars, things like that. So it's a slow-moving thing. People have a lot of time still to make plans for themselves and their families. I know that a lot of the Hollywood elites and the rich are already leaving the country because they see the writing on the wall. So if you
Yes.
don't support this, then I suggest really taking steps to get as many of your assets together as possible and move to a country or an area that you feel safe and that you feel you can be a part of a community that doesn't believe in
Yeah.
these doctrines. So, I mean, I liken this to if I was a Germany in 20s, 30s, and 40s, what would I
Yes.
do? I wouldn't be living in Germany. Let's just put it that way. I'd be living in a country and hopefully providing rooms for people who are also looking to get away. So
Yes.
that's why we have an extra bedroom, bathroom. I just said we got to catch some people. I have a ton of LGBTQ plus friends who are
Yes.
witches, and I'm just like, oh,
Yeah.
so. Yeah, so that's the main energy in and around the eclipses. I know it's not very popular to talk about Project 2025, but it was the April 8th eclipse, also a bad one, that's solar eclipse, that caused that. The one before that was in 2022. That was end of April. I told people Roe v. Wade is going to go away, and they released the notes and I guess out of the Supreme Court 3 days later. So what eclipses do is they offer kind of like a black energy magic. And I know that, these people claim to be Judeo-Christian Jesus lovers, but the things that they're passing under eclipses is black magic and it's really evil.
Yeah.
So it's like, what do you guys got in your back pocket? How do you know about this timing? And that's how they're able to get it through, because it's when both the sun and the moon are compromised, which is the inner self and the outer self, and things are able to move through. That's why Donald Trump is so dangerous. He was born during an eclipse. His soul is literally compromised. I was told this by my guru, that people that are born during eclipses can get jumped, and that's kind of what's we're seeing. So I know that's kind of a lot, but again, we still have time. We still have our friends, our resources, our allies haven't completely abandoned us yet, which is good.
Yes.
And my husband and I, we've already moved to Mexico and started a life here. We're open to other cultures and places if we need to, because he's not being very nice right now to Mexico. But we do love Claudia Scheinbaum. I looked at her chart. She's extremely intelligent, super smart. If you look at the shad ball, that tells me a lot about a person's character. And just to give you an example, a 2 or above is Deva. That's like, wow, you really got this in spades. A 1 to a 2 is human. And anything below a 1 is animal. It hasn't really risen up to the state of being human yet. Okay, these are people that usually have severe mental illnesses. They struggle with a lot of understanding in the areas where these planets have lower points.
Yes.
So Claudia Scheinbaum, her Saturn, that is her service to the collective, her care for people who are disabled, the working class, is a 1.8. She's almost a Deva. Her sun is a 2, which is above Trump. That's her leadership potential. Now,
Yeah.
Trump is a 1.8 in the sun. I mean, that's a big ego, big ego. but his Saturn is a 0.6.
Yeah.
That's animal.
Yeah.
And he's eclipsed. So he's not fully developed in the area of Saturn. So we're not really dealing with a human in that context. And that's just how the soul grows. We are dealing with someone who has been pampered birth after birth after birth and never had to serve enough. And so what his soul contract is he's getting a lot of bad karma in this birth that he's going to have to pay back so he can get that Saturn up. And he's going to come back and have to take on the roles of every single person he's cheated.
Yeah.
That's how karma works. So you don't have to worry about retribution. Every time he does something,
Yes.
that's something else he's got to pay back. So
yeah. Exactly. And I do like Claudia Scheinbaum. I think that it's important for us to to speak openly with our allies and to make sure that everyone understands just what it is that we are facing.
mm-hmm.
That we're not doing the double talk, and I'm seeing a lot of it coming out in different people, that it's becoming more and more evident that what someone says isn't as important as what they do.
Yeah.
And that you should be looking at, okay, chit chat and promising me the world, that's lovely to hear. What have you actually done? Because
mm-hmm.
past actions are a very good indicator of future actions.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, don't fall for that for the flowery language, because flowery language isn't what's going to pay the bills and so on. So I think we need to not as a country, but as the world gathers together, we have to identify who we can work with, who is on the kind of the more of the same moral path than anything else, is whose morals align with what it is that we want to do. And those are the people that we are going to be inviting into our inner circle, that we are going to be doing business with and encouraging. So, are some players who have always believed that, they are bigger, better, bolder than anyone else? Are they going to be left out of some of these, gatherings? Yes, they are. And they should. Right.
Yep.
So, that's kind of I think where we're heading. I do think there is change coming. I'm still living in anticipation that, it's we're going to get through this. But I think that's just part of my nature. I'm just an optimist, and throw whatever you want at me, I'll find something good about the situation. So.
Well, just to give some positivity to this, when we suffer, it's not a bad thing. I'm actually reading a little bit more about suffering through the lens of the Vedas. And what it does is it strips us of something that was keeping us bound by this place called Mrityuloka. This is the earth plane, but it's also the place where all things die. Nothing gets out of here alive. So even the rocks turn to dust. So exactly. And then we constantly, and what the Vedas teaches, we start from, mineral to plant to, various forms of animals to human, and then we can rise up from there. This is the place where you can do the most amount of spiritual advancement, this particular plane of existence. The Devas are jealous of people that can get in here because it's a very hard ticket to get. It's like winning the lottery to come into a human birth, especially during Kali Yuga, which is the dark age, which is called the dark material age. This is the rise of the material kings. The material kings are basically kings that care more about the material wants and needs of their own than they do actually leading people in a righteous way. And so to be a subject in this time and to suffer only means that you are rising up exponentially as a soul. So if you were here during Satyug's the golden age, kind of looks like your background. There are literally gods and goddesses walking around, just blessing people. You can sit in meditation without a problem. The energy is so light and beautiful that like everything just comes naturally. Whereas in this time where it's dark, where it's evil is prevailing, it's winning, if you are able to maintain your moral integrity and character and suffer despite, how do I say this, despite the egoistic things that are happening that aren't great, your soul elevates. And your soul's all signed up for this. And that tells me that you're all incredibly brave and that you're ready and that you are looking to spend more time and energy in the realm that you not only came from, but those higher realms as well. So this isn't the only place, and know that when we do suffer, it's not the bad thing. In fact, they consider it to be a very good thing in the Vedas. So,
yeah, that's sometimes our best lessons come from when we are challenged, when we go through things that are uncomfortable or maybe unpleasant. That's when there is the most potential for growth. So, you know, as long as you recognize that whatever is happening, it is happening for you, not to you. So, you know, keep that in mind. And yeah, absolutely. Hypnicity says, I love my life. Absolutely. Absolutely. And Leah says, source seeks experience. And we provide it. Yeah.
That's very true, Leah.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. That is, yeah, there are so many enlightened people that are coming together, that are standing up, that are shining their light, that are, you know, kind of leading the way. You know, and that is very good. And yeah, hypnicity says, I have no room to judge anyone. Exactly. That's not my job. That's not my job. Maybe, you know, it might be a job that I might aspire to at some point, but for now, no, that's not my job. Right. So yeah, there you go.
Well, I love that you mentioned that there are more light workers coming out. This is also the plane of opposites. And so whenever one side becomes too heavy, the other side has to counteract it. That's how this place has always worked. That's why during World War II, so many swamis were born and coming out and teaching, and other spiritual leaders. These are people that were like this close to God realization, or were just walking around God realized. And they were able to be here because of the amount of evil that was taking place on the axis. And they had to balance out that energy. So there were a lot of souls that were able to transmute with these divine gurus and spiritual teachers and rise up to those higher planes of existence because they came down at such a tumultuous time. And I liken it to in the fishery industry. They try to get fish over to the Midwest areas of the United States, and they're really like not great. The fish are just a little by the time they get there, even if they freeze them or work with them. So someone came up with the idea to drive trucks from like the different ports around the United States, the ocean ports, into these more Midwestern cities in giant tanks of fish so that they would stay alive. Well, they found that the fish were a little mushy and they weren't really doing great. So another person in marketing came along and said, you know, what if we put catfish in the water? And they said they're the natural enemy to the fish, and that'll make them move. And it worked. So sometimes we need a catfish in the water to get moving. That's just how I see it. And if we didn't have the catfish, then we'd just be like lumps. So it really gets us out of our our complacency, and it gets us into action. And I think that's what you said, Marina, is a lot of light workers are turning on those porch lights and going, what's going on? So
Yes.
because this is our time to literally start shining and going, okay, the collective is suffering. There are bad things happening. How can we step in and shine some light on this moment and be of help and be of comfort to others? And that is one of the best things that you can do for another person. It's what brings us together as human beings. As you see another person suffering and you're there for them, you hold space for them, you try to alleviate some of that through a shared experience. And it creates bonds that can, stand the test of time. And
Yes.
yeah. So
Yep. Absolutely. We are all here for a reason. And yeah, we were talking about this earlier at the beginning that light workers we are more able to identify each other, and what we are able to share with each other and with others who have yet to recognize that they are light workers is something that I think is it belongs in this time, right? If we had all kind of come online 20 years ago, I don't know that it would have been as powerful as it is now, right? So yeah, we just recognize that we are here for a reason. We are here for a purpose. There are days when I wonder what that purpose is. I don't need to know. I just need to show up. Just need to show up and be there. So
and sometimes you show up and someone hands it to you.
Yeah. Sorry?
Sometimes you show up and someone will just be like, here, and there's the purpose. You just had to show up and find out what it was. Yep.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. And I had mentioned earlier, and just want to remind you guys once again, please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, and go over to Michelle's channel, Astrological Tarot, and make sure that you subscribe to her channel and hit the notification button so that you can get those daily readings that she provides. They're not, they're not super long, but they're very concise in the information that she shares with you. So yeah, not to worry. And Debbie Smith, that's okay. You know what? You might have missed the lighting at 7:00 on the Eastern time zone. You can just join us when we do it at 7:00 on the Central time zone. It all works. It all works. Whenever you're watching this. Yeah. So, okay, what else did I have that I wanted to? We talked a little bit about fears and some of the things that we could do to kind of, ease out of some of the fears. The other thing that I thought we should mention was the breathing through panic. And panic is sometimes something that comes at us that we did not anticipate. And it kind of throws us out of equilibrium. And now we have to face something that we're not sure of how to handle, or the best way to approach it. It could be something, something that in hindsight, you might say, oh, well, I kind of overreacted to that. Or it could be something that is more serious. So, if you ever find yourself in that panic mode, one of the best things to do is to breathe through it.
Yeah.
Just stop. You can put your hands on your solar plexus, and then just take 3 deep breaths. You breathe in through your nose, you hold it at the top of the breath, you release it through your mouth, and just do that 3, 4, 5 times until you feel yourself kind of getting over that initial panic. And then you can say, okay, now, what am I actually facing? What is it that I'm panicked about? Right. So
Are you aware of the practice of pranayama, Marina?
I don't know. Maybe is that what I'm describing?
Well, you're describing box breathing, but pranayama is actually something that we do in our Vedic practice that is very, very helpful for anxiety. We do it every morning. I'm happy to show it to your audience if you're open.
Absolutely.
Okay, I wasn't sure if we had time. Okay, so everyone, if you want to do this, you can go ahead and sit cross-legged in your chair or on the floor to get comfortable. Okay. All right. And you take your pinky and your ring finger and then your two pointer fingers here, and you close your nose like this. Okay. And you could count using the other hand. Okay. So we're going to go in for 4, hold for 16, out for 8. And I'll go ahead and time it for you guys. Okay. So we're going to go in, hold, out through the other nostril. In, out through the other nostril. In for 4. Out through the other nostril. In for 4. Out through the other nostril. In for 4. Out the other nostril. In for 4. Out the other nostril. And you can do that, 6, 12, 24, kind of work your way up to the repetitions. And it's called alternate nostril breathing, but it's also pranayama. And what that does is it raises your pran and it calms the mind.
Perfect. Okay, I'm going to remember that. And hold on. Oh my gosh, here we go. Kimberly Cano says the Sadhura app has this and other exercises and meditations. So there you go, you guys. If there's an app for that.
It's an app for everything.
Who knew? Who knew there's an app for that? So yeah. Or the other thing that you do is you make sure that you subscribe to Michelle, and you get all kinds, not only the different exercises, but the different mantras, and it is so helpful. It really, really, truly is. So yeah, very, very much so. So and I'm just waiting now for for Val to join us. We're getting close to the top of the hour. And yeah, so Val is going to be doing the intention and the prayer for us so that we can turn on the lights at the 7 p.m. Central Time Zone. And I just will remind you guys that if you are interested in any of the Shine Your Light merchandise, just go to my YouTube and check out the merch store. And speaking of, there's Val. Yay!
Hi, Michelle. How are you?
You.
You look beautiful.
Oh, thank you. You look beautiful too. You got the Phillips hair.
That's her. You know.
Always. Yeah. Always.
Jonathan says hi.
Lovely. So Miss Val, what have you been doing for the last hour while we've been working?
I didn't know if you wanted me to hang out or not, so I got rid of myself. But whenever you need me, if you need me to stay on or whatever, just let me know. Because, but I am so excited to really give this next sort of. It's accessing the fifth dimensional grid to awaken sovereign consciousness. It's a crystalline grid activation and prayer and intention for the Shine Your Light group. So just tell me when you want me to go on that.
Now.
Oh, okay. So just, take your deep breaths, 3 deep breaths in at your own pace. And I'll start with beloved divine source, infinite light and creator of all. We open this sacred space in full awareness that we are sovereign, multidimensional beings, here to embody and anchor the light of truth, unity, and divine remembrance. With our hearts open and our energies aligned, we now call forth a conscious connection to the crystalline fifth dimensional grid that surrounds and supports beloved Earth. We lift our awareness upward, tuning into the radiant lattice of light that vibrates with divine intelligence. Encoded with the frequencies of love, freedom, and cosmic awakening, we ask to be activated and aligned with the highest codes of light now available to us. Codes that awaken our sovereign consciousness, that clear illusion and limitation and ignite within us the memory of who we truly are. Let this crystalline light pour into our energy fields, cleansing, recalibrating, and activating every cell, every strand of DNA within the full remembrance of our divine origin. As we connect worldwide through this sacred grid, we amplify each other's light. We become transmitters of awakening, anchoring unity, peace, and divine truth into the collective consciousness of humanity. We receive, we remember, we rise, and it is so. So be it. It is done.
Amen.
Right.
Oh, I love that.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
Remember and rise. Oh,
Yes.
okay. All right. Val, if you can stick around for a second, give me a chance to go grab another cup.
I certainly can. Yes,
Okay,
I can.
I'll put myself off camera. You're in charge. Val's in charge, you guys.
Yeah, I'm in charge. So I haven't seen you in so long. And I mean, my gosh. I mean, I have seen you. You've been on. But I mean, I didn't know you moved. You're in a whole new place.
Yep.
How is that going for you? I mean, how does it feel to make such a big move? And it really seemed like you did it overnight. Does that?
I remember when I gave you your reading, I told you about the April
Yeah.
8th eclipse and how it went over your moon and things like that. And then
Yeah.
2025 came out right after that. And so
And
I
guys, if you haven't gotten an astrological reading from Michelle, you have not lived. So you really need to get one. And I am telling you sincerely, you will be really looking at a lot different view of your future or what you have coming so that you can plan and, navigate life. So
Well, I told everyone, beware March, and that's what we're seeing now, and the
yeah.
stocks and everything else, and the tariffs. And so, yeah, I did have some clients reach out and say, thanks for warning me. And I'm like, yay. I mean, they're like, we know that you joke and say it's for entertainment purposes only, but you saved my bacon. And I'm like, yay. So
Yeah,
that was
exactly.
good. I'm like, it wasn't me, it's astrology. I can just pick it up and go, look.
Yeah, that's definitely one good thing. What's the difference? I know you probably talked about this with Marina, but what's the difference now what's the difference between Western astrology and Vedic astrology?
Oh, okay. Well, I did make a video on the calculation differences, but when it comes to the overall readings, Western, in my opinion, is more of like a psychological profile of somebody.
Oh.
And I did it for 20 years before jumping into Vedic. I started studying it when I was 9, but then I started doing it in 2001. That's when I was really, into it. I love astrology. So it was during my, my Saturn return that I started to do other forms of, astrology and things like that. And I eventually found Vedic, and my guru was Kamala Sutton, and she's brilliant. I took a bunch of classes from her, and she's a fantastic teacher. And I just got hooked. And I find that, Vedic is very, very, very in depth. There are
it is. I can attest to that.
Yeah.
Folks.
It's not just your birth chart. That's just that's just the Rothsey. Then we look at there's 60 charts, and then you also have the Vincitari chart, which tells us timing. You have the Shadbal, which tells us what your karmic report card looks like, who you are as a soul. You have the various amshas that we look at to determine how well your planets are behaving based on your past karmas. We look at who you are as a soul in the raw, what are your malefics, what are your benefics, why are you here on this plane working on this thing? So
it gets down. It actually tells you, folks, what you're here for, what you're doing. I mean, it takes the guesswork out of it.
You guys, you know how I told you that Donald Trump was a 0.6 in his Saturn? The highest number I've ever seen in celebrity charts and client charts, and I've been doing this for decades, guys, is Val. She has a 2.4 on Saturn. 2.4. That's like a deva on acid. That's
that's probably really means I'm that messed up.
No, you're that enlightened. It's very, very difficult to get points with Shani Dev. He's the hardest planet to please. He's Saturn. And so I looked at her chart and went, who are you? It was incredible. And you had a lot of comments.
I really appreciated learning that because it did feed my ego, but it did go, oh, that must be why my life's been like it is. But it is interesting to note that from the earliest time I can remember, it's been all about spirituality for me, no matter what. I mean, from the beginning, opening my eyes as a child. So that really rang extremely
true. You're Ravati Nakshatra. You're the same as Bernie Sanders. You're the same as a lot of the gurus and sages. So it literally is the power to nourish. It's represented by the female elephant. If you guys ever visit watch Discovery Channel, or you've been to Africa, whenever there's a drought, all of the animals follow the elephants. The elephants lead the way to water because they have that innate sense. Water is spirit. And so you can see all the fish here in the drum. We go to the beat of their drum whenever we're in crisis. Now, you asked why I moved to Mexico. This is the nakshatra that was hit, your nakshatra. And I went, so it just got eclipsed by a very demonic energy. And I'm like, what would it be like if there were less of Val's energy in the United States? I can't live there. So I left, it was all of the goodness. It's literally there's something called the gunas. There's the tamasic guna, there's the rajasic guna, and there's the sattvic guna. Tamasic is like a seed. It's encased. It hasn't really opened or awakened yet. It represents ignorance. It represents like a sleep state. Okay. Then there's Rajas. Rajas is passion. It's a lot of action. It's like Kamala Harris. She's in Ashwini, which is Rajas, Rajas, Rajas. Very active. Same with Nancy Pelosi, things like that. Then you move into Sattva. This would be like Bernie Sanders. Okay. This is someone who spent their entire life trying to nourish the collective, trying to do what was right, never let his morals go to the wayside. True. And this is Sattva, 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 and that is battle. And that is what's under attack in the United States. And I went, we're going to have to start over. We're going from the bloom to the seed again. And light workers need to find a safe place to be able to do their craft, etc. And the place that we were living was not good for us. And so we moved to a place where we could continue to do our practice, and where we felt that, because I was also going through Sati Sati, which is Saturn's transit over the moon. It was a lot. And so we also had to move to a place where I wasn't involved with that energy as well. So it all worked out, and we're very happy to be where we are. But it was the eclipse energy that got me to move. And that's why people are like, you move so quickly. And I'm like, I gave you a reading. Do you remember that eclipse? And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, yeah, it's a big one. And for us, apparently it was set for us. And it
was the right timing for you. And it was just, that's so energetically, it feels like you're in a really good spot and everything is the way it should be for you, like in a positive way going forward. Energetically, it feels clear and good. So I love that for you. And it's funny, my husband and I looked into moving to Mexico at one time, maybe a couple of years ago, and we almost did it then, but something kind of held us back for some reason. But so in your practice, do you get more? I mean, do you still do Western astrology if people want it, right?
Well, I incorporate it too, as well.
How many people actually go for the Vedic instead of the Western?
Every client goes for the Vedic.
I mean, because this is what we need because we didn't know it. So that's why I went for that too, and I'm glad I did, folks. So you get so much information.
I do incorporate the Western philosophy into the Vedic because I had it for so many years. Like most Vedic astrologers, they don't include Pluto, they don't include Uranus or Neptune. I do in my practice because they're important too. And then in meditation, those deities revealed themselves to me. And Varuna was like, I'm Neptune, and Indra was like, I'm Uranus, and then Yama goes, guess who? Pluto. So,
it's so comprehensive. I just can't even. I mean, there's so much material. You do so much work on the reading, the charts, and everything that you do. And folks, you get that. You get a video with it. So who could remember all that? You got to have you've got to have a video with it all. And you do such a good job, Michelle, about that. I so appreciate it. So those of you out there who haven't experienced that, give yourself a treat, a 2025 life treat, and get your Vedic reading from Michelle. It's so beautiful, really. And
it is, and a wealth of information. And you know what? The more information that you have, the more that you're able to handle situations that come up. Because they don't hit you, they don't blindside you. You can say, oh, wait, I heard about that. Okay, all right. This is what she said was a remedy, so I can do that.
Yeah, absolutely. And it really is practical advice that you can utilize and implement in your life. So there you are. I mean, that's something that is a gift to give yourself, truly.
Well, and I've had readings from both of you, and I adored them. Like my Akashic Records reading, I remember you saying, no, your parents are teenagers. Some stuff came out during Sati Sati Bell. My mother may not be my mother. I mean, and I got it from your reading. And it was like, what? Like, it was a huge revelation. It was huge when you said, no, she's a teenager. No, I mean, and I always wondered, I'm like, I have a really strong Venus in the fourth house. It's Vargotum in my chart, and I did not have the best relationship with my mother. And I'm like, was I literally taken from the hospital? You know, it was like, what? So I knew that something was wrong in my chart, but then Val went in and went, here it is. So,
Well, actually, you know, the Akashic Record Masters are that's who I'm channeling and doing when I'm doing the records. So, you know, they're pretty good about, you know, pulling out what needs to be said. So I can't truly take credit for that, but
same thing with astrology. It's like, it's the rishis and it's the math in the sky.
yeah, it's just
able to add 1 + 1 and go, look, it's 2, and people go, oh, it's 2, and I'm like, it's just astrology.
Yeah. And, you know, different cultures have been practicing astrology for thousands and thousands of years.
yes.
Yeah.
So, you know, this isn't the flavor of the month that, oh, everybody go get yourself one of these because, you know, everybody's talking about it. It wouldn't be around if there wasn't value to it.
Yeah. One of the best cultures to study is the Babylonians, because they had astrologers for over 600 years. And they were all on flat land, and they built these giant towers to look at the stars. And every single person's birth date, it was recorded, and everyone was studied. And so when an emperor was born, or when there was a storm, or when there was a major event, they recorded it. And so it's one of the best astrological studies to go into as well, because they have such an extensive history of it.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah. So what do you know?
Quickly, hello to the people who have joined us over the last few minutes. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us at the 7 p.m. Central Standard Time and shining your light. Really, really appreciate that. And I'm just, the vision in my mind is unfolding with the light coming on. And I just feel more and more blessed every time that we do this. It's just, it's fabulous. And, Lauren Hunsinger said, Michelle is a fantastic teacher. This morning she explained about fear leaving on Wednesday so I can move forward. It was a relief to hear and works with my current action plan. Beautiful. Beautiful. Wonderful. Wonderful, Lauren. Yeah. And we've got Ramon Moon Scarab is still with us. Thank you so much, Ramon, for being here. As a matter of fact, next week on Wednesday, I'm going to be joining Ramon on his channel. And at 7 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. Looking forward to that. Really looking forward to that. So,
fantastic.
Yes. Yeah. And just want to mention again about, you know, for those of you that are interested in getting some of your own Shine Your Light merchandise, by all means, let me put up, where is it? Here you go. It is on in my merch shop, and there is the address for it, or you can go to my main YouTube channel, and where it has a brief description of the channel, you'll see there's 3 dots and it says more. If you click on more and just scroll down, it'll give you a little more information. And you'll see there's a link there to the merch shop. So, you know, by all means, you know, you can go in there, take a look at the Shine Your Light merchandise that is there. I'll show you my t-shirt. There you go. Shine your. Don't look at my boobs. Just look at what's written there. Shine your light. You have a choice of different things that go under it. This particular one says, "Together we can light the world." There's another one that says love, light, compassion, unity. One that says be the light, or there's all kinds of different things that you can get in there. And then of course, my favorite, don't forget the teddy bear.
And they're offering free standard shipping right now, guys. It's limited time. You only have 4 days left. So
Perfect.
that's big for Mexico because the shipping is usually more than the product. So I'll see if I
gosh, no.
Yes,
For sure.
And the other thing that just kind of makes it even better is because I'm located in Canada, my merch shop is in Canadian dollars. So you know what? It's your US right now. We're probably you're getting basically 35 cents off on every dollar.
Wow.
So yeah.
And there's a ton of colors available too, guys. It's just got every
Yes.
color of the rainbow on here. This is fantastic.
Yes. Yeah. And I will remind you, I did initially, but I'll remind you again, they do fit a little small. So if you're wondering about a size, go up a size. I think it might be a little more comfortable. So I had someone who purchased a t-shirt who just mentioned that to me on Thursday and said, you know, it's good material. It's great. Just, you know, she said, I went up a size and I wish that I had gone up another size because so
depending on how you like it to fit. If you don't want that form-fitted feeling.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. And I will share something else with you that you can find on the site. And I know this is kind of it's not really relevant to Shine Your Light, but I just want to draw your attention to it. Okay. This is also available on the website or in the merch store.
That's one of my favorites.
Oh my gosh.
I am going to get one because I cannot not get it. And I'm going to get it quickly because I want to take advantage of the free shipping.
There you go.
Thank you, Michelle.
So come to Canada, come for the healthcare, stay for the sanity. There you go.
Oh,
okay.
That's cute. That is cute.
Yes, I was telling the girls about that earlier in the week, and it was just something that popped into my head, and they said, "No, you should do it. You should do it."
Yeah,
and so
absolutely.
That same night, I done did it.
Yeah, and I'm getting mine after this.
I'm waiting for mine to arrive in the mail. So anyway. Val,
you pointed it out. I thought it was Christmas stuff because of the hat.
Yes.
So thank you, everyone. I'm going to take off again. So I will be back.
Yes, you will. Yes, you will. Pop in anytime, Val. You're always welcome.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. We'll see you at the top of the hour. Bye for now. Dawn, it's a t-shirt. Yeah, it's a t-shirt. So I'll be able to as soon as it arrives, I'll be able to show it to you guys.
She has she has shopping bags, she has aprons, so whatever she has mugs. Ooh, mugs.
Yes.
And stickers. Ooh, fun.
Yes. Yeah. And I am particularly in love with the teddy bear because I think it is just a fabulous thing for yourself. I mean, who doesn't like teddy bears? But think of the light workers that are just coming on, that are just being born right now. And wouldn't it be nice that is something that baby can grow up with, right? Yeah. And just reminds them, shine your light, be the light, be the spark. You can achieve all those things. I think it's just absolutely just adorable. So Yeah. Times like these that I wish I had a lot of grandbabies, but I don't. So I just,
Kimberly says, well, I live in Alabama. I don't think I'd be able to wear it in public. I see that as a very good thing because when people tell me who they are, I'm like, yay, thank you, boundary time. Because
yes.
it's just an automatic, oh, wow, now I know who to avoid. That's why I
Yeah.
tell my husband, I'm like, I love it when someone has like really awful bumper stickers on their truck because it's like, oh, I know who to avoid. It's just
Exactly.
Like,
Exactly.
yeah.
And yes, Mark. Yeah, I've seen those videos too. Some U.S. neighborhoods who are flying Canadian flags.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
beautiful. They have
Absolutely.
over here in Mexico where we're staying we're in the zone. They have the American flag, they have the Canadian flag, they have the Mexican flag. Like all of their allies are represented. It's Germany. It's beautiful to see that here.
Yes.
It's a very internationally open, culturally diverse, welcoming place to live. So yeah, I love that.
It is. I remember years ago when I was in Mexico City,
Mm-hmm.
and the family that we were staying with, would regularly take us out, and we'd go for drives so that we could see the city, we could see the main square, and so on. And there was at one point we were slowing down because there was a red light, one of the few red lights, because the speed limit in Mexico is a suggestion.
That's
It's
true. Yeah. So are lights.
yeah, yeah. So, and as we were slowing down, I just happened to look, and there was a statue, and I thought, oh my God, I know that person. And so as we came to a stop, I looked, and yeah, it was Josip Tito, who was the president of the former Yugoslavia, and right after or during World War II and after, and so on. And so I commented, "Oh my God, like I know that guy." And apparently, yeah, they've got quite the Yugoslavian, Croatian, whatever community down there. So
Yeah.
I thought, wow, absolutely welcoming, lovely people.
Yeah. And I love how they won their freedom. It's the best story ever. I mean, basically what happened was the Europeans were looking to take over the area, take the resources and enslave the people.
Yeah.
And this is primarily the French. And they beat them with sticks. The farmers literally got sticks and hoes and rakes and beat them and won a war with sticks. I mean, talk about bravery, talk about guts, talk about like
Yes.
Martian energy. And they have Mars on the ascendant of the country, so I think it's appropriate in Leo.
Yes.
So it's just this beautiful, passionate. They're not afraid of anything, but I love the culture here because there's a humility that goes with that too, and you don't see it as much as where we were living. And yeah, like today we went to the farmer's market, and oh my gosh, you love the vegetables here, Marina. They are so amazing, and the eggs and the just the produce in general is so good. And we're like trying to check out and everything, and I'm just like, dos aguacates a la mañana, por favor. She goes, para la mañana. She goes, oh, su español es muy bien. And she was so nice to me, even though I kind of botched it a little bit. I'm like, oh, at least I got aguacate right, or lechuga, por favor, 1 kilo. Things like that. It's like I'm learning, and they're so sweet about helping me, and that they don't judge me, and they're not mean about it. And there's another gal that I go to. She's right down, because the best places to get food are the markets or people's garages. I'm not kidding. And so she opens up her garage, and she has a huge tortilla making machine in there, as well as a totopos machine, which is tortilla chips. And so best thing, oh my gosh, Marina, they're so off the hook good. You go to the grocery stores here, and they're pretty good too, because they make them fresh every day. But if you go to like the little mom and pop places, which are thriving and happy, they got that great working class. It's just amazing. So, yeah.
Perfect. Yeah, I must admit that I did enjoy the food in Mexico very, very much.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I
Hi, Daphne.
Hi, Daphne. Good to see you.
Hello. Sorry, I interrupted you, Michelle.
Oh no, it's just I was saying that we don't have GMO here, and so I used to get sick from a lot of the produce in the United States, and I don't get sick on it here. So it's a really beautiful change. So you look beautiful, Daphne. I love your background too.
Oh, thank you. One of my plant allies wanted to be with us today.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
Oh, gorgeous, gorgeous. So welcome, Daphne. For those of you who don't know who Daphne is, I'm going to let her introduce herself to you guys, tell you what her forte is and the amazing things that she does and how you can get in touch with her.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Marina. I'm really, really happy to be here with you.
Oh, good.
I am what's called an energy medicine practitioner. I started out as a Reiki master teacher and have slowly added a number of modalities to my practice, including sound healing and intention meditations and flower essences. And today I wanted to bring forward a flower essence for everybody that I've been working with, and I think people could really benefit from partnering with this plant ally. So very excited to be here. I have a little YouTube channel called Relax with Daphne, which I began to help my clients, my personal clients, and it's slowly adding more content. So, just moving along and enjoying the interactions with people. I'd love to have more people come and check out the weekly meditation I do. It's a live quantum field meditation where we choose a topic. And next week we're focusing on the happiness of Americans under 30, which is something that's been in the news lately because Americans under 30 feel hopeless, that their self-reported levels of happiness are the lowest they've been in a century or since we've been tracking this in general. And we're also going to look at democracy around the world. And that's on a lot of people's minds. A lot of people feel like there's nothing they can do, but there is absolutely things that we can do in our personal lives that will bolster our freedoms and help all of us in a gentle way. I mean, most of us, if you're watching this, you've probably been working on your sensitivity, your empathy. And there are a lot of people in the world right now who mistake that for weakness, and they don't respect it. And the plant ally that I brought with me today to offer everyone is a way to bring in both sides of your strength, right? It's about being a spiritual warrior and having the confidence and the strength that these times require of us, no matter how we express our warriorness. It does not have to mean a weapon or shields or anything like that. It can be the soft kind of power, the subtle activism that all of us are trying to work with right now. And I have absolutely no doubt that it works. I've been doing this work weekly for almost 6 years, and I've seen astounding results. So I'd love to have more people come and check out my Wednesday night meditations. You can join in live, or you can meditate with us anytime before or after the intentions, and it all contributes. So that's my story.
Perfect. Absolutely. So there you go, folks. You go to Relax with Daphne check her out on YouTube. Make sure that you do the like, share, and subscribe. As always, it doesn't cost you anything to subscribe. And check out the different things that the guests have to offer, because everyone has something that that can benefit you. And sometimes you don't know what is going to be of benefit until, someone brings it up in a show like this, that you can say, oh, flowers. I never thought of that. Well, check it out. Check it out. Take a look. So I'm excited to hear
Well,
about.
I haven't met you, Daphne. I'm subscribing to your channel and I'd love to connect sometime. So you sound like an amazing soul. Like I love your energy.
Oh, you gave me chills saying that. Yes, let's definitely connect.
Definitely.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
And
I will let you have the floor and the stage. So I can't wait to connect. And thank you so much for this time, Marina. I'm sending you both so much love, and everyone in the audience lots of love too.
my pleasure, Michelle. And yeah, I look forward to getting together with you soon.
April 3rd. All right. I'll
April
see you
3rd.
soon.
Can't wait. All right. Thank you, Michelle. Bye
Bye,
for now.
Michelle.
Love you guys.
Yeah. Oh,
Ah,
yes.
well, Marina, I brought a little slideshow because I mean,
Oh.
it wouldn't be me if I didn't have a slideshow. But what I'd
Okay.
like to do is
There
actually
you go.
share an experience with everybody. So here we go. Well, I don't know why it's messed up, but I'm a powerful plant ally for this time. If you haven't experienced flower essences, you may not be familiar with them, but they were developed over 100 years ago to help soldiers who came back to the UK after World War I. And so for 100 years, we've known that they can bring forward, here, let me go back to this.
Oh,
They can
sorry.
help
Okay.
us emotionally, but the more I work with energy medicine, the more I see no lines of demarcation between the higher self, the spirit, the mental body, the emotional body, the physical body. So I have absolutely loved working with plant essences, flower essences. I would say that it is the single most powerful modality in my arsenal. And I love all the things that I do to help people, but this one just blows me away. It is amazing.
Okay.
So the plant ally, and you can think of it like a specialty spiritual guide or an angel that's here to help you. The
Yeah.
one that I'm bringing forward today it has several positive qualities. It brings forward masculine energy and a warrior-like spirituality, which confronts and transforms. Again, that doesn't mean a physical fight. It
Yeah.
means confronting the darkness, the shadow, things that are happening on the world level also happen to us in our personal lives. There's probably someone in your life who's bullying you or manipulating you, and you need the courage to stand up to them. And the
Yes.
pattern of imbalance that this plant ally will address is vacillation and withdrawal in the face of a challenge, walking away, first of all, bringing a feather pillow to a knife fight and
Yes.
walking away, lack of assertiveness, inability to take a stand for your own values and convictions. And these terms come from the floweressence-society.org, which is where I get most of my flower essences. So those are the qualities that it brings to us and helps balance our own energy. And Patricia Kaminsky of the Flower Society is an amazing poet. And this is what she says of the plant ally we're working with. I am a spiritual warrior. I meet obstacles and adversaries with fiery courage. I cut through world darkness with a flaming sword of truth. Is this not a flower for our times?
Yes.
And the flower we're going to work with today is called Mountain Pride. You may not have ever heard of this flower or seen it, but Lindsay at My Elemental Alchemy says Mountain Pride helps us reconcile our instinct for peace and our desire for revolution. And I don't see any reason why we can't have a peaceful revolution.
Absolutely.
And so here's two photos of this plant. It grows up above the tree line amidst a really hostile and forbidding environment. It grows in the crevices of granite boulders.
Oh my.
Okay.
Survivor. Yeah.
Yes, a survivor, a thriver. And look what it's doing in that place. It's bringing beauty and softness. And if you look at the flower itself, it is a magenta color. And that is a blend of masculine and feminine, blue and pink, blue and red, calm of blue, the fiery red, those things can be merged and balanced to create something new. And this is what I was saying about a peaceful revolution. The
Yes.
gesture of the flower is upward and outward. So that is hopeful, optimistic, a better world is possible. This flower also has a private interior that's very gentle and soft and protected. But the plant itself is like that flaming sword. It is pointing towards the truth. So these are all qualities that you can absorb from this flower essence. And that's the beauty of these essences. They're such um, a subtle energy and a subtle power that we can absorb them through the quantum field. So what I'd like to do, Marina, with your permission, is to share this flower essence with everybody in an etheric transmission. So if you would all just intend to receive the benefit of this, I am going to send the quality of mountain pride to you using the breath. And you might feel it like almost like a cape of softness. You might feel a strengthening of your spine and maybe a lifting of the heart and courage and optimism, and knowing that whatever your values are, they are worth fighting for, not just for us, but for those young people,
Yes.
for your kids, your grandkids, the descendants you will never meet. Freedom is important for all of them, and we need to leave them the opportunities that we enjoyed. So I hope that you will take Mountain Pride's energy into your own aura and just be blessed by this flower and know you're not alone. We have many resources, and the natural world is there for us. You often hear vague things like, oh, go out into nature and stand on the grass in your bare feet. Probably not possible in Canada today, but soon.
Not yet, but
or go out or
Yes.
go out and hug a tree or go admire flowers. But I want you to consider that the energy and the consciousness and the intelligence of each plant, which has evolved over millennia to do exactly what it's here to do.
Yes.
Just invite that in and accept that power and that love. After spending so much time with plants over the last 5 years, I can tell you they absolutely love us without reservation or qualification. There is such an unconditional love that emanates from every plant to us. Even the poisonous ones have things to teach us. There's so much to learn just by sitting with the plant and looking at it and absorbing its energy. So I guess you can tell I'm absolutely in love with plants.
And you know what? I think that is fabulous. I love to see plants in nature. I love to see a well-maintained garden. I find joy in that, although I am not a good gardener. Plants, they see me coming and they go, oh God, not her, so yeah, I'm not able to cultivate them, but I do appreciate them. And when
you don't have to be a gardener. You don't. I travel too much. I have plants that take care of themselves, and that's our agreement.
Yes.
That's just how we're going to roll. Yeah.
Totally.
But if you think about nature, I mean, if you think about the diversity of flowers, nature did not have to give us the diversity that we have. Nature could have built a few basic versions of flowers, but we have this incredible variety of growing habitats, of colors, of shapes, of
Yes.
scents, of medicinal purposes. And there's just so much that plants have to offer us if we only allow them to teach us.
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
you know, my eye
Absolutely.
keeps going to this comment over here.
Which one?
Barbara Berkman
Uh,
says, what's a silly spell check?
oh, because yeah, she said earlier, thank you, and she meant to say thank you, Daphne, but it came out as thank you, Dahone.
Oh,
So, yeah,
got it.
yeah, I think Barbara, we all understood what you meant, but yeah,
That's cute.
absolutely, yes, yeah,
Thank you.
and
Oh,
I
yeah,
think,
yes, I see it. Yeah,
yeah,
spell check. Yeah, I know.
yes,
I've been using a new app lately, and it must have been programmed by like a 14-year-old boy because it defaults to curse words. This is talk about silly.
yeah, yeah. And I can
Yeah.
tell you that when you were breathing the essence over to us, and I had held my hand out like this, I could feel it on my wrist, and it felt like a very soft piece of velvet that just kind of brushed against the skin. It was very, very nice feeling.
Mm,
Yeah, very, very nice feeling. So yeah, very much
that's
appreciate that.
beautiful.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Well, we can take these. Carrie, I actually
yeah.
lean against the two trees in my yard when I need
Yeah.
to. Jasper is a beautiful poplar. Marcus is a birch. I do feel strength when I do this. Yes. Yes. And what a wonderful friend to have. Two
Yes,
trees.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I don't think there's any accident that we breathe in oxygen, which trees generate, and we breathe out carbon dioxide, which trees need, right?
Yes.
We are meant to be together. We're meant to
Absolutely.
be close. Oh, I love that,
Absolutely.
Carrie.
Yeah. And there is a reason why plants are used in herbal medicine. Why particular plants in the home will make you feel buoyant, and the scent of certain flowers in the home just bring peace and relaxation and so on. So it all works very, very synchronistically together, and there's a reason for that, right? There are no accidents in nature,
No,
right?
no.
Yeah. If you
The-
Yeah, go ahead.
we're beautifully designed to coexist with plants.
Yes.
And there is something I've been thinking a lot about. Like you, Marina, I am not a good gardener. I travel too much. I'm just not around. But when you grow your own food and you spend time with that plant, there are people who say that the plant assesses your physical needs and custom builds that food for you. And I didn't think much about that, except I mean, I thought that was a really nice idea, but
Yes.
I mean, I'm never around. I'm not going to grow anything, right? So a couple weeks ago, with my meditation group on Wednesday nights, we were intending to boost our sense of taste, our clairgustance. And then we did a meditation where we tasted an apple, which has been out of uh, we think it went extinct about 100 years ago, but we know what it tastes like from descriptions. So I thought that would be a good test of our clairgustance. And when I dropped into that meditation, the tree gave me the apple, and there was very much a sense that that apple was specific to me, right? Like that tree wanted me to have that particular piece of fruit for whatever I needed personally. And I just was shocked by that. And then I remembered that people who grow their own food say that they get more personal nutrition from the food. So it was just an amazing experience with a tree.
Mhm.
So,
Absolutely. Absolutely. Can I take this slide down?
yes.
Okay. All right. That way, yeah, we can
Yeah.
see you. Thank you. I do remember when I was younger, and my mother had a huge garden at our house. So yeah, she had potatoes in there. She had carrots, lettuce, a whole bunch of stuff. And honestly, it tasted so much better than anything that I have had since then. So I'm and she was well, she still is a very good gardener and so on. So I'm sure that you're absolutely right, that because she put so much love and attention into into that vegetable garden, into her plants, that yeah, they just thrive for her. So
Well, they're reminding me that this is something that we can do with water. We know that we can infuse water with intention,
yes,
and they're encouraging us to do the same thing with our foods. When you bring that head of lettuce from the farmer's market, or you bring it home from the grocery store, you can hold it and intend that that piece of vegetation is going to bring forth all the qualities that you need, and your appreciation and your gratitude will help transform the energy of that food, and you can dedicate the merit of it to your physical strength and to the well-being of the people you're feeding. I think there really is a lot of magic in food preparation if we remember to do it.
absolutely. Absolutely. And I remember hearing someone say many, many years ago that if you ever wonder if there are certain colors that you should wear together, or will these colors complement each other, look to nature. If you see it in nature, it absolutely works.
I agree. I love that.
Yeah.
What a great tip for artists and for those of us who would
Yes.
love to be artists.
Yes. Yeah. Absolutely. And it was, yeah, shortly after that I discovered the green and purple combination. And yeah, you wouldn't think that they would go together, and yet they do. They complement each other. So yeah, look to nature. Mother Nature doesn't make mistakes.
Not at all.
So yeah, yeah. And Barbara says, I have a tomato plant growing in the house. It's been going for 6 months. Wow. Yeah.
Yes.
And
And
yeah,
yes,
and
food made with love tastes so good.
it does. It does. Yeah. I think that's one of the reasons why when somebody else cooks the food, it always tastes better than when I cook it myself. Right? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So now you mentioned you've been doing this for a good number of years,
Yeah.
um, and you said you started off as a Reiki master
Mhm.
and Reiki teacher. And so, how did you find the transition into, was it something that you were interested in, or was it just like a natural progression?
Well, this was not a natural progression at all. It was I mean, I think I was led to every step of the journey has been led. My Reiki teacher was a nurse at the cancer center here in San Diego. And I had a friend who was a scientist and he was being treated there. And he said, you got to check out this Reiki thing. It's crazy. It
Yes.
shouldn't work, but it works. And so I checked it out. I took her class, and it turned out that she is a gardener and a total plant person. And so throughout the years, she's talked to me about it. I mean, I've known her since 2008. I think I took her class for the first time, and she's just a delight. And I love going to her garden. I love visiting her garden. And so I visited her saw her garden. She lives up in Crescent City, California. And then I went up to Canada, and I was staying with some friends, and they had left me in charge of watering their plants. They didn't know any better. but Mary Starshine in the comments said that plants love Reiki. Yes, they do. And thank goodness I gave those plants Reiki, because they looked better when I left than they had when I arrived.
Yes.
But what happened was I had forgotten about those little Erica palms that you get at Canadian Tire, right? Well, they had one down in the basement in the corner of the TV room. I totally forgot it was there. And so about 4 weeks into my visit, I noticed it and I said, oh my gosh, I have to do something. So I watered it, and then I gave it Reiki. And when I gave it Reiki, this emerald green mist came out of it.
Oh.
And I'm getting chills as I relay the story, because I believe it was showing me its aura. And then my Reiki teacher sent me a link to an herbalism conference. And I clicked on that conference, and one of the people in there was selling a plant consciousness class. And I'm like, $1,300? I'm not going to do that. That's crazy.
Yes.
And then the next day I had my credit card in my hand. I was signed up for that class, and my life has been totally transformed by being able to talk to plants, just like I do with my spirit guides, just like I do with pets. I didn't know it was possible, and I had no clue how satisfying it was going to be. It's just, I can't recommend it enough. It's so relaxing. It's so life affirming. It's so encouraging.
Yes.
And there are a lot of reasons to be very discouraged by what's happening in the world right now, but I just can't shake my optimism, because I talk to the plants and they are telling me that we are going to get through this, and
Yes.
we're going to find inner strengths we didn't know we had, and we're going to call up the best of ourselves and bring it forward. And if things get destroyed, we will rebuild them in a way that they should have been enacted in the first place. Right?
Exactly. Yeah,
So,
exactly. That's the big message from me pretty much all the time is that, and I said earlier, I am feeling anticipation rather than anxiety, and the anticipation that things that are going to come, that are going to manifest for us, things that we are going to identify, things that we are going to see as no longer serving us, and being able to put them aside rather than feel like something is begrudgingly being taken away. It's, like there's people are going through the transformations now of, reviewing their not only friendship, but even family relationships and so on, and are making changes that, and they're not being done from a place of anger or hate or anything along those lines. It's like the life cycle of certain relationships has come to an end, and everyone has realized that it's okay. It's okay. Its purpose has been done. There are lessons that I learned. I can take the lessons with me. I can be grateful for the experience, but it doesn't mean that I have to tolerate certain things because we're family or because we've been friends for 40 years or whatever. We can say goodbye. It's okay, right?
yeah.
So,
And if you need support doing that, lean on Mountain Pride.
mm-hmm.
Is that what that's? I love the name of your channel, Heart Center Tarot, and
Thank you.
Mountain Pride. I thought would be a great plant ally to bring forward, because it is really about heart-centered values, heart-centered courage, right?
Lovely.
So,
Thank you so much.
yeah.
Thank you. Yes, and mountains are very very valuable to me. I live about a little over an hour away from Banff, Alberta. So I see the Rocky Mountains every single day. And when I'm in the mountains or when I see the mountains, I feel very protected. It's like they surround me with this great, huge, big hug. And I know that I can relax. They got my back. Right. So yeah,
I love
anything
that.
having to, mountains and whatnot they are special. Yeah.
I'm probably one of a million people who has had a transformative spiritual experience at Mount Shasta.
Mhm.
So
That,
I completely relate to mountains and the importance of them.
yes. Yeah, that is Mount Shasta is on my list of places that I do want to visit, and hopefully one day I'll have a chance to go and visit. Because I would like to be in the energy and feel that. And I know there are places in Banff, and it's particularly around Lake Louise that are very, very spiritual. There is just outside of Lake Louise, there's several portals that
Well,
are there.
we have a mutual friend, Sun Psychic Jean, who
Mhm. Yes.
really wants to go to Mount Shasta, has never been. But she and I did a private, just the two of us, we did a private meditation where we journeyed to Mount Shasta. And it was so much fun. And if you'd like to do that, Marina, let's do it. And we'll go to Banff and then we'll go to Mount Shasta. We'll just have so much fun.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I really, really, really enjoy that. It's fabulous. It really
Yes.
is fabulous. And okay, hold on. Let me I'm going to bring Val is joining us. Hello,
Hi,
Val.
Hi,
Daphne.
Val.
Hi, hi, everyone.
Nice
my,
to see you back.
my pleasure to be back. Thank you, everyone. And of course, I have another prayer of intention.
Perfect. Perfect. So those that are in the Mountain Standard time zone, we are looking at almost 7 p.m. So get ready to do your turn on the porch lights, even though it's light outside, but turn on your porch lights, keep them on all night, and let it shine. In the meantime, I'm going to let Val do her prayer, and I'm going to step away just for a sec.
Right.
I'm going to let her do that, and I will be listening because I'm just going to the other room for a sec.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, Marina.
Go, Val.
Okay. So take a deep breath in, take 3 if you can, and hold it at the top and just blow it out through your mouth slowly, and another deep breath in till you've done 3. Beloved divine source, creator of all that is, we call upon the highest vibration of light, the guides, angels, ascended beings, and guardians of love to surround us now in a sacred field of pure radiance. We open our hearts as vessels of your infinite light, grounded in peace, overflowing with love, and aligned with the highest timeline of unity and harmony. May this moment be a sacred portal where we shine the truth of who we are, divine sparks of creation, infinite beings of light, and carriers of love that transcend all boundaries. Together we hold the vision of a world illuminated with compassion, kindness, and peace. May the light of our hearts merge into a wave of golden radiance, reaching every soul, every corner of the earth, lifting the vibration of all beings. We send light into the shadows love where there is pain, and unity where there is division. Through the power of this intention, we co-create a reality rooted in oneness. Thank you, beloved guides, angels, and beings of light, for walking beside us, for amplifying our prayers and holding us steady in the frequency of the highest good. And so it is. So shall it be. It is
So
done.
it is.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Val.
Val.
Thank you.
That was
Allie.
perfect
Hello,
timing.
Allie.
Thank you. Hi. Hi,
Daphne,
Daphne.
hi.
And Val, that was beautiful.
Well, thank you, Allie. Thank
Yeah.
you. How have you been doing?
I've been okay. I've been watching Temptation Island all day.
Oh, hello.
Just enjoying a little bit of beefcake, you know.
Sounds good to me. I mean, man does not live by bread alone.
That's right. That's right. How have you ladies been? Oh, Marina, you look beautiful in that pink.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Very radiant.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Very radiant.
You know, you
Well,
put in,
I'm going to say
put in a
goodbye
little
to
extra effort. Okay, Val. Thank you. Thank you. That was
Take care, Val.
amazing.
Thank you.
That was amazing.
Thank you.
Mary Starshine would love you she wants the prayer. So maybe Val can put it on later. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes, absolutely. I think that would be a fabulous idea.
Mhm.
I hope
Absolutely.
she's kept copies of it.
Yeah, me too.
Well, I'm going to say goodbye to everyone. So good to see you, Allie.
Oh, it's wonderful to see you, Daphne.
It's been a
Really
while.
is.
Let's get together.
Okay, we shall.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Yes,
Daphne.
you.
That was some wonderful and fabulous information. And I'm going to go out and see if I can get me some mountain pride.
Yes.
Ooh,
Yes.
I'll have to go back and listen. Thank you.
So
Yeah,
many blessings.
absolutely.
All
Thanks,
right.
Daphne.
Bye-bye, Daphne. Yeah.
So, let me see. Oh, okay. All right. So, Allie, how are you?
I'm okay. You've been such a busy woman today. My goodness.
I have been, but you know what? That I woke up early this morning, like I mean early, and I thought, I can't get up. Like it was like, shortly after 5. I thought,
Oh,
no,
that's too early. Yeah. Yeah.
like no, I'm staying in bed. So I just kind of lay there for a little while and try to find another spot to fall asleep until I finally said, oh, F it. I'm getting up. Yeah, I was kind of wondering, if I was going to get tired throughout the day, and no, I certainly didn't.
Good.
And this this get together is just I can't tell you folks how much I get out of it.
Oh, yeah.
It is absolutely fabulous, and I feel energized every time that we have one of these get-togethers.
Yeah.
For days, I feel energized.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, that's so good. Yeah, that's so good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's just, well, we started out this morning too with good vibes from Mel. And that was
Yes.
always a really nice thing that we could
Yes.
start out. So it's nice that I'm ending back up with you again this
Yeah.
evening.
Perfect.
Perfect. Yeah.
Can't get any better. So,
Mhm.
Allie, did I share my new little product that's on my merch page with you?
I haven't seen it. You told me about it.
I
But
told
you
you
should
about
show it so everybody can see it.
I
Yeah.
should show it.
Yes.
There you go.
I love it that he's holding on to the flag. I was going to say the only thing missing was the maple leaf, but then I saw it. So
Yeah, there you
it's
go.
cute. Yeah.
There you go.
Really. Or I
Yeah.
could come for the sanity and stay for the healthcare. One or the other.
That's
I
right.
could do it the opposite way as well. So
Absolutely. Absolutely.
yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
Sherry. There we
Thanks.
go. All right.
Yeah.
I've taken it off. So yeah, you guys, if you want to support the channel, and particularly this event, then by all means, head over to the YouTube page, check underneath where it has more information, and check out the merch store. I will remind you that right now, everything that is on there is in Canadian dollars. So for those of you that are south of the border, you're saving, about 35% on, yeah.
But how
And
much is the postage going to be? Will it make up for that?
free shipping, apparently, right now. Free
Okay.
shipping.
Okay. All right.
So
That's good news. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go. So
Yeah.
you can
That's
you can
wonderful.
all go and check it out and get your own. Look, like this. Shine your light.
Oh,
This one
Marina,
is
I love is it pink or is it just
pink.
the light? It is pink.
No,
Okay.
it is pink. Yeah.
Okay.
And it's a soft
Very
pink.
nice. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. And again, I'll just warn everyone that go up a size. Go up a
Yeah,
size.
okay.
Maybe
Yeah.
even 2, because they do fit a little
Little snug.
a little snug. Yeah. So
Okay.
depending if you like your t-shirts snug, then order your regular size. If you like it a little looser, as I do, then so
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can always
So-
it could be a sleep shirt if it's a little bit too big, but
Exactly.
that can work out too. Wow.
Absolutely.
How many people have been on with you today, Marina? Tell me a little bit about who else has been here.
Well, we started off with Terry Renner.
Okay.
And we had a lovely discussion about, how do we handle our fears, some of the things that we can
Wow,
do
good.
to kind of mitigate the fears and by identifying them and, taking a look at them, internalizing them a little bit and saying, okay, why I'm reacting to this fear. Is it a realistic fear? Right? And sometimes, even when we do the worst case scenario, we realize that it's really, there's really nothing here to fear.
Well, I love that you brought that up because most of the things that we worry about never come to pass. And so we're paying a debt for something that we may never owe. So, I mean, right now we're being triggered and we're getting involved with feeling the fears. And that's why I like that statement. Please don't feed the fears.
Yes.
It's such a cool statement. Yeah.
It is.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah. It is. Yeah. Because it can't, exactly. It can only grow if you feed it. If you don't feed it, that's it. It's game over. So
definitely.
Yeah, that reminds me of the I heard a story quite a while ago about a native elder who was teaching his grandson about doing the right thing, or going against tradition and so on and so forth. And the grandson was having a little bit of a hard time understanding it until he finally said, well, but grandfather, how do I know which one will grow? And he said, the one that you feed. So whether it's good or positive or negative. Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely. So, wow.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, I thought tonight I would bring in a little bit of maybe an idea for everybody who has oracle cards. You could also use tarot cards. You could use a book if you wanted to, because it's a way of tracking what comes through for 30 days. And so I remember when Susan Lynn first brought this up about 4 or 5 years ago, she said, I want you to take a deck, and every day I want you to pull at least one card out of the deck and then put that card into your journal, or, into a little notebook. It doesn't have to be a fancy thing. And I want you to do that every day. And then at the end of 30 days, I want you to go back and track them and see what shows up the most, see what your feelings were about it. Maybe
Yes.
when you got something, for instance, if you were using the tarot deck and you got, what is it, the 10 of swords in your back?
Yeah.
I mean, that would be kind of, yuck. But how did you feel about it? And then how did you move through it? And I think a lot of people feel like, oh, I'm not a very good reader. I don't really know what all this means. I have to read the book. And, this will
Yes.
give you a little bit of empowerment in order to help you grow, because really, truly, we are the oracle.
Yes.
The oracle really isn't outside of us. We are the oracle. And so I actually even bought a separate deck of cards that is a totally different deck. I never have used it for readings.
Yes.
And I only use it to pull out and chart what my life is going through. And I think you can even put a question in there if you want to.
Mhm.
You could say in the very beginning, what am I missing? What am I needing to hear? What is the next part of my journey? And, you could rotate out and put different
Yes.
questions in after a period of time. It's very, very telling.
Yes.
It really is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would be, especially if you allow whatever card that needs to come out,
Right.
and keep an open mind
Mhm.
about what it is. And, don't put an association of, oh yeah, well, traditionally this is
This means
this is a
this.
very positive card, and
Right.
this was a very negative. Oh, I got the devil card. Oh, that's
Yeah.
awful.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
If you got the devil card, you could be asking yourself, what is it what's haunting me? Or
Yes.
what is it that I'm not seeing? And
Yeah.
sometimes there have been people that have come on in the chat and asked a question, where do I go to learn about shadow work? Well, we have beautiful Hershey who does do her shadow cards. But shadow work is very personal and can be done in this way, as well as a lot of other different ways, because we're all different. But it's finding that thing about ourselves that we really don't want to look at. We don't want to see, and we don't really know how to negotiate a lot of the time. So I just think that these cards, they have a story to tell you. And yeah, Scott, I think you would enjoy doing something like that, really.
Yep.
And you don't have to buy real expensive cards. There's a lot of cards out there that are under $10. Really?
Yes.
Yeah, a lot.
Yes.
And,
Absolutely. There's
yeah.
even some, if you go on Etsy, there are even some that you can buy the PDF
That's
of
true.
the card.
Yeah.
And then it's just a matter of getting a thicker quality paper or whatnot,
Mhm.
print
Mhm.
them out, and then just cut them
Yeah.
out. So
Cut them out.
I've done that with some cards that it cost me $3.75.
I know.
Well,
It's phenomenal. It's phenomenal.
yes,
The other thing you can do is, and I think I got these at Shine, which is like Temu.
yep,
But I got these blank cards, both sides, right? And I
yes,
know that a lot of us have these for ourselves, and we just put a word on them,
yep,
or we put a picture on them, or have one side be, and you can also get them with actually like a tarot
yep,
thing on one side and then blank on the other side.
yep.
And yeah, you could do that on your laptop. Yeah. Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's right.
There you go.
Mhm.
There's one that
Yep.
has the traditional tarot.
Yeah.
It was blank.
Mhm.
And this is from my deck
Yeah. Uh-huh.
that I made. This it says illumination. I
Yeah.
wrote that on there, and that's
Mhm.
but
Yeah.
yeah, absolutely. You can
Uh-huh.
make a deck that resonates with you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And the images that you understand.
Yes.
For Marina and I, we've been doing this long enough and been around long enough that different symbols mean different things to us, or we even can find like we may be looking at a tarot card, and what is the one where the lady is out in the yard? She has a bird in her hand, I think it is.
The Nine of Pentacles.
The Nine of Pentacles, right. Sometimes you look at that bird. Other times you look at the lady's dress pattern. You know, there's just different things that it doesn't have to mean one specific thing.
Yes.
And Liz, I don't look at the book that comes with the decks usually either. And I think my resistance to tarot has always been, oh, it's got a pat meaning and it really needs to be read a certain way. And I've been reticent because I didn't feel like I could do it the right way. But when I got the oracle cards, it really freed me up and made me feel empowered in a lot of ways.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. And when you feel empowered in that area, then yes, you can go to the tarot. I think having a rudimentary knowledge of the tarot and the tarot as a whole, rather than the individual meaning for each card, but just kind of then you're reading in a way that resonates with you. You're paying attention to the things in the cards that are coming through as messages for you, not necessarily the message that that somebody is thinking that is the one and only translation for that card.
That's right. Right.
That there is no other way to read it except this way when it's upright, this way when it's upside down, and so on. So
yeah. And what I like about the idea of putting it in a journal, and I love that you said the sticky notes, you could put that in a note. Absolutely. But I like this to know more over a longer period. I don't like to read for myself. I don't know if you read for yourself, Marina. Do you? Do you read for yourself? Not often? Okay.
No, not often, because I still have a hard time with letting go of outcomes when it comes to me. I'll be the first one to tell somebody else, just put it out there, let go of the outcome.
Right.
But yeah, for me, if I want a particular thing, then I don't know how many times I've, laid down cards for myself and I looked at it and didn't give me the answer that I wanted. And I went, oh, this is bullshit. They're lying.
I don't think this is right. Yeah. And it's the same way, actually, like if my husband wanted me to do it, not him either.
Yes.
It would be just somebody that was, an arm's length away. I mean, I could even read for Marina, even though we know each other fairly well, but it would be easier for me to read for her than it would be to read for myself or my husband.
Exactly.
So, yeah,
exactly. I tend to go more with my intuition when it comes to me.
Yeah,
right?
I do too.
Okay.
I do too. Yeah, absolutely. And artist Liz, I love that cards come flying out of your deck. They are, what do they call those? Jumpers? I think
jumpers.
Yeah. And they're wanting to be heard. Definitely wanting to be heard. Yeah.
They definitely have a message. And so sometimes who did I watch just the other day? Lori of The Way of Positive Change. And she was doing a show with her brother, and she's shuffling the cards and they're just flying everywhere. And she said, "What? I don't know why they're flying. Like I'm shuffling the way that I normally shuffle, but So no, those are definitely cards that want to be seen. They want to be heard. They've got something to say. Yeah, it's kind of like the tarot version of Karen.
Absolutely.
I demand to be heard.
Yeah, and it is fun to watch how readers read.
Yes,
and to watch how everybody does things, and there is no right way or wrong way as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, it's just the way it is their way. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Totally.
So I suppose I should also bring up the fact that I have way too many oracle decks.
Yes.
Because there are some you really want to be able to see if you're going to like them, and when you can't open them because they're closed up. So you got to buy them, and then this isn't really going to work for me. But that doesn't mean it won't work for somebody else. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yep.
And that yes, I do have several decks that I have given away, several decks that I thought I would enjoy. And yeah, when I tried to work with them, it just
didn't they didn't click
feel
for
good.
you.
Yes.
Yeah.
And yet that same deck that I gift to someone else, they go, "Oh, they're fabulous."
I
Oh
know.
my God.
I know. Yes.
Yeah. So
Absolutely.
it kind of thinks like, well,
Absolutely.
maybe sometimes I'm the universal private shopper, right? A personal shopper. Look, I bought
Absolutely.
something for you. Yeah. Thank
So,
you.
Jan Kirkhoff is asking if you still have the panda bears, Marina.
As far as I know, now somebody else asked me earlier that they went to the merch store and couldn't find the teddy bear. As far as I know, I haven't taken them off. So unless whoever is manufacturing them has removed them, but I'll definitely double check on that. And I will I'll post it later on this evening. I'll post it on the channel. If nothing else, I'll give you the either the item number or whatnot. So just in case. But yeah, as like I say, as far as I know, they should.
That was introduced. Was that introduced the first one you did? I think. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And hold on, did I miss something? Sherry says, yeah, when I get a deck that just doesn't resonate with me, I ask Spirit to show me who the cards belong to.
Yes.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's very true. That's very true.
Yeah.
Liz has a really wonderful, she says she has a deck made from regular playing cards with statements on each end. Her friend helped her mark them, and she used the cards and taught me, and she passed. Those are the most wonderful cards to have. Yes. Absolutely. Yes. I know Denise Fletcher has a set of cards as well that she's had for a long time that belonged to her daughter, and her daughter passed, and she cherishes them. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. It's really nice.
Absolutely. That's where what the one card that I show you, it showed you from my deck. That's a deck that I developed a number of years ago. And like you, no, I do not use it on YouTube. That is strictly for personal readings.
Yeah. Yeah. I have one too. I have one I made. I don't use it very often, but yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Daphne, you're more than welcome. You're more than welcome. The next event, excuse me, is going to be April, I think, I want to say 25th, but hold on. I better double check the calendar. 26th, April 26th.
Awesome.
So yeah, we'll do this again. And if you guys that are listening, if there's someone that you think would fit in with the show, someone that maybe I don't know or I haven't heard of or whatnot, by all means, send me an email. Let me know. I can get in touch with them. Can invite them to the show, because there's so many things out there that we can learn from. Yeah. And a lot of great people out there with different.
There really are. Yeah, there really are. I'm probably going to give you a couple names of some folks that I bet would come on. There's one lady that I remember working with. It was quite a while ago, and she does coffee grounds readings.
Oh yes, the Taza,
yes, something. She doesn't show her face, but she does.
Yes.
Yeah, she was fascinating. Yeah, she really was. Yeah.
Yes,
and
I remember watching her.
Yeah. Yep. And I think there are some people that do tea leaves as well, or those kinds of things. But yeah, it's wonderful to be able to tap into all of those special talents that these people have. And yeah, Ula, maybe her name was Ula, Kim. maybe that sounds familiar. Yeah, maybe.
Could be.
It was
I
a
know
couple
that
of years ago because
yeah.
I've probably had people I can't even remember that I've had. Yeah. All
Mhm.
right. Oh, that's interesting, Celtic Seer. Trump's chart will be under pressure on 4/26, maybe subject to a health event, give or take a few days.
Oh,
Wow.
oh,
Yep. Yep.
you don't
Oh,
say.
Mary, that's very interesting.
Yes.
Eileen Music teaches tuning forks. That sounds interesting.
Wow.
Yes. Wow. I
See,
love
there's
them.
so many
Yeah.
there's
Yeah.
so many different things that people use as divination tools
Yes.
that are just amazing. Just because
Uh-huh.
we haven't heard of it before doesn't mean that it's not any good. It just
That's
means
right.
we haven't heard of it,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
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 I remember there's a good number of people in particularly like, part of the European communities and whatnot that, yes, card reading, they wouldn't necessarily use tarot cards. They would use just regular playing cards.
Right. Right.
But
Yep.
yeah, they
Yep.
could get all
There's
kinds of
also fortune cards. There's Lenormand
yes,
cards. There's
yes,
gypsy cards.
yes.
Those oh, what are they called? The fin de seal. What is that? Kipper. No.
A kipper.
Kipper
Yes,
cards. Yeah. Those are
yes,
those really tell, like, if you're not ready for them, they're going to tell you everything very bluntly.
yes,
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah,
But they're interesting. Yeah.
yeah. And I
Oh,
like
yes.
those. And each deck has it's like it has a purpose,
Yes, it does.
you know,
Yeah.
that
It really does.
when
Yeah.
when we're doing shows and we're doing readings for people, yeah, there's several
Mhm.
times I've picked up a deck and this is the one that I'm going to use for the reading. And
Uh-huh.
I'm told, no, look over
No,
here. And there's
wrong deck.
one
Yeah.
that'll jump out at me. Okay, I guess that's the one.
Uh-huh.
So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, that's interesting, Sherry, because they weren't, so the predictive deck are back because they weren't there. And so I got the investigation deck by the same
Oh,
lady down in Australia, Trish
okay.
James. And
Okay.
I want to get the other one because the other one is really awesome, but this is pretty good. And I think you could use this one. Like, here's one: jealousy or cheating. And so,
Oh,
what these could do is figure out, let's say, for instance, why somebody's missing or why somebody was unlived,
yes. Yeah.
Oh, but here we go. This says the chariot, vehicle, or moved. Okay. Yeah, these are beautiful cards that she had. It took me
Wow.
probably 3 weeks to get them because they're coming in from Australia.
From
But
Australia. And
yeah.
what was there's the predictive deck, and what was the one that you
This is the investigation deck.
investigation?
Yeah. Yeah. They're a little expensive, but I certainly think they'd be worth it in the long run if you're doing lots of readings about. But that one that Linda was doing, the one that Sherry's talking about,
Yes.
is for politics, I think. It
lovely.
has things in there for politics. So
Yeah. And
yeah.
and that would absolutely work.
Uh-huh.
That would absolutely work.
Yeah, they were, Sherry. They're $100, but yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
4,000 Canadian.
I'm gonna write the lady's name. It's TRISHEJAIMES, I think. JAIMES. And I'm sorry, JAIMES. There's no jam. It's not Jamamine.
Okay.
But Trisha with an E. And if you look it up, it's her website. So you could find it there. Yeah. There. Thank you. Yeah.
I'm gonna write that down.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. A lot of people, she had her on and everybody on Linda's channel that was watching, they were gone within a couple of weeks. I mean, a couple of days. We had to get a whole bunch of new ones. Yeah, I know. They're expensive. They're expensive. Yeah.
But
just
you know what?
You're worth it.
Yeah, they're exactly.
Mhm.
Exactly. And, I can put things kind of in perspective for myself by saying, okay, yeah, so this is something that I can get for $100. And if I think over the run of a week, I'm probably going to find ridiculously stupid things to spend $100 on.
Well, that's very true. I could spend
You know?
that on coffee for a week. That's how
Yes.
terrible I am. Yeah, absolutely. I have to tell you that this has been one of my go-tos, and this is the Golden Insights Oracle. And this person is on Etsy. And I love these cards. I've used them many times. And I use them for what I call like love, jobs, money, and stuff like that, because they're more what I call the physical world stuff.
Mhm.
And then with the spiritual world, it just depends on where they're sending me,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No, absolutely. I
Mhm.
so get that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, you got
And
some gift cards. That's good, Sherry. Yeah. Yep.
yeah,
There you go.
always nice to have around,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep.
Never go wrong with with a gift card.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
The other thing I want everybody to know is there's a lady that I had on my channel several times in the past, probably a couple of years ago. And she has AV Tarot on Etsy. She goes and buys cards at estate sales and she sells them. And so I want to have mine all are so that my kids can do that whenever they would
Yes.
need to do that. But you can get some good cards. Now, a lot of people will say, oh, I don't want cards somebody else has used, but you can clear them. You can clear
Yes.
them.
Oh, yeah.
They're not going to hurt anything.
Yeah.
But
No,
oh, you like
absolutely.
the swear cards and the
Yes.
housewife cards?
Yes.
They're fun. They are
Yes.
fun.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Especially the swear cards, because sometimes, you know what? You just need to have an in your face reading.
That's
You
very true.
just, yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Like this morning when I pulled a listen bitch card for Mel, and then I realized that I said the F word, and I thought, oh God, I hope I haven't offended anybody.
No, I don't think so. I don't
Yeah.
think so.
Oh, good.
And
Yeah.
I'm so glad he was
What
looking really good.
he
It
really was,
really,
and what an ordeal. I
yes.
was telling Keith about it, and he said once that he had that go into his bowel wall, he said
Yes.
that's very, very hard to clean up and not to create
Yes.
a lot of problems. He was
Yes.
very lucky the angels were on his side, that he was in
Absolutely.
there at the right time. Yeah. Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And
Yeah.
yeah, it's just
He's had a hard time of it the last few years. He really has.
mhm.
Yeah, he was. It's so funny. My dad, I was in 37 when my dad passed, and my dad had dark hair like Mel and was very thin. Mel looked like he'd lost some weight. And when he came on the screen, the first second I saw him, I said, oh, there's my dad.
Uh-huh.
It because he would have been about my age now. And that's
Yes.
Mel and I are, I think, a year apart or something. So yeah, it was
Ah,
interesting. It was fun.
yes. Yeah.
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 It was. It was. And like I say,
Mhm.
it did my heart a world of good to see that, yeah, he looked good. He's,
Mhm.
kept up his sense of humor and
Right.
whatnot. But I know his faith is very, very strong.
Yeah. Yep.
Very,
It
very
really is.
strong.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. 71 today. I know. That's wonderful.
It is. Yeah. And we've got Arthur, who's coming up with a birthday on Monday.
Yeah, he sure is.
Yeah.
And he said he might not be with us, but we're not on until the 31st, are we?
Yeah,
So
exactly. Yeah.
he's not going to
Yeah.
miss out. Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, he's
Oh,
not.
absolutely, Mary. We do. We do have to do that. Oh, you love the fairy cards, Maureen?
Yes.
Well, let me pull one or a couple for you. I got some somewhere. Here we go. These are called angels and fairies. How about that? Hi, Arlene. Yeah.
Perfect. And you know what? I'm going to run to the little girls' room.
You
while
do that, and I'll hang out here and
Okay.
take care of the people. There you go.
Yes.
Yeah. If anybody else wants one. Hi, Kay Muldoon. Mel had yes, he surely has, Kay. He surely has. When I met him in Sedona, I went in 23. He was dealing with his cancer, and you know, he's had a little bit of trouble. It's really hard because when we get older, we have to be so much more careful with things and not put things out, you know, out of the way. So, all right. So, Maureen, the first card I got is Summer Dreams for you. Embrace the guiding light that you are and move forward in the knowledge of the powerful person that's within you. Look at that. I love that card. And, you know, we're now in spring and the days are going to get longer and the sun's going to be out more. It's going to be wonderful. The next one is the Magnolia Fairy. When you release doubt, you will discover the astounding power and strength that is deep within you. Ooh-wee. Beautiful. And finally, the Fairy Queen. When you start believing in yourself, you'll find the power and wisdom within you to bring about desired change. Well, I think you got some really beautiful fairy cards here, Maureen. Yeah, I like those. Thank you. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you, Allie.
Oh,
I
sure.
needed that. And
Oh, yes, Marina. Absolutely. Yeah.
and Sherry says, yeah, just before I left, she said, yeah, that I'll be on with her on Monday for Draining the Swamp. Yes, ma'am.
Oh.
I've got it on my schedule. You're right there. Yeah. So, you know, looking forward to it. Looking forward to it.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah. So, what else? What else was there that I wanted to kind of get people to focus on?
What time Monday? I'm sorry, Sherry. What time Monday are you gonna be on? You said you're being on Monday.
Yeah, I think is it 7 Mountain Standard Time?
Oh, is it Draining the Swamp? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, Draining the Swamp.
Sherry just asked me, do I want to join? Send me the thing. And I will if I can, Sherry. Yeah, sure.
There you go.
That would be fun. Okay, that's great.
Absolutely.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Marina.
No. That's I'm absolutely okay with that. So let me just take a look. I did have a few things that I had written down. Where did it go? Because okay. Yeah. Right here. So, yes, having a positive mindset. And just some of the benefits of having a positive mindset is it enhances your physical health. It helps with relationships. It increases success and likelihood for success when you have a positive mindset.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And it is, it brings up it enhances your resilience to things. It can lower your blood pressure and so on. So just, a few things to kind of keep in mind that you can do in order to kind of be in that mindset is, practice gratitude. It's funny that is always on pretty much any list that you want to look up on how to do something better. Gratitude is always top of the list, and that because it works.
Yes.
Because it works. If it didn't work, we wouldn't be talking about it, right?
Thank you, Arlene.
Also, engage in positive self-talk. And that one, sometimes we talk to other people about being positive, and
we're not positive ourselves.
Yeah. We don't pay attention to the things that we say to ourselves. Right?
Yep. Yeah.
So we really need to have that positive mindset. Surround yourself with positive people, which is what each and every one of you is doing right now. Right? We are we are positive people, and we are together. Practice mindfulness.
Oh yeah.
Focus on solutions, even when there is a problem. Think in terms of, okay, what is within my control right now? What is something that I have control that I can do right now? And write it down, and then go down the list, because it's a sense of accomplishment. Then you could say, okay, well, I'm going to do this and this and this, right? Have a sense of humor. And you and I think, really live that, Allie.
We do. Yeah. I brought my kids up that way too. Everything is a joke. We laugh about everything. It's so good for you. Yeah.
It is. Yeah. And it helps to put things in perspective, that it's not, we don't have to worry about solving the world's problems by the end of day. It's okay. Right. It's okay. Yeah. So set realistic goals. And don't be afraid to break it down into little bite-sized pieces, because they're easier to accomplish than one great big thing. And you've heard me say before, it's like, oh my God, I have to clean the whole house.
I know. Too much.
Yeah.
I was telling one of my students, she has a lot of people do online their time, not like you, up on the wall and with me in my daytimer. And she says, I write all the stuff down, but then I forget sometimes. But I was glad you wrote it down. I said, okay, next thing to do then is get sticky notes and put it a day or so later. Did you do this? Or don't forget to do this. And so I said, go invest in some sticky notes. It really, really helps. Yeah. So I love that, Marina. Yeah.
It does. It does. Yeah. Practice self-compassion. That's another good one.
Absolutely.
Make time for activities you enjoy. And that one really resonates with me, where if you have to set the time aside for it, set it aside. Because, if you had to, you've got a doctor's appointment coming up, you're really busy, but if you write it in your calendar, if you make that appointment, you're going to be there. Right.
Yep.
So set aside time for yourself. Exercise regularly. That could be a walk.
That could be. That's true.
Don't need anything more than that. Make sure that you get enough sleep, and try to eat as healthy a diet as you can.
But don't skip the chocolate every once in a while. Then you're really miserable. Even with people, if I have a piece of chocolate, I'm okay. If I have more pieces of chocolate, I have a problem with my stomach. But I know that one piece will make me happy. So I just go ahead and do that. Yeah.
Exactly. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's a part of that self-care and self-compassion, right?
Yes, it is. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm an adult. I'm a grown person. I can make my own decisions. I have some self-control. I'm not going to eat the whole candy bar. But
right.
That's
right. That's right.
I can have a piece or two. Yeah.
Chocolates are good for the soul, Anita. Absolutely. Yes. So are Tootsie Rolls, believe it or not. I have the little midgies.
Yes.
And that's my treat. That's my treat.
Perfect.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Perfect. Yeah,
Yeah.
I remember hearing at one point that, when you're feeling ungrounded, dark chocolate helps you to ground. So
That's all the reason I need to know. Thank you.
exactly. Yeah, I'm doing it so that I'm grounded.
Yeah. Yeah. I can't get outside, so I guess I'll have some dark chocolate. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. And
Oh,
yes, Dawn, popcorn. Oh, yeah, that's my
uh-huh.
that's
Hi,
my
Terry.
go-to.
Yeah.
Hello, Terry. Looking forward to having you join us.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Mary Starshine says, yeah, a clean house is evidence of a boring mind. Yeah.
Absolutely. Mary, you're right, spot on. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, you're
Yeah.
a German Swiss American innocent potato? My son worked for a Swiss chocolatier until they laid him off and they decided to move everything over to Switzerland. And he would get all these chocolates at Christmas time. Oh my Lord. Yeah. Yeah, it was wonderful.
Honestly,
Mhm.
yeah.
Mhm.
That's one of the things that I miss from the corporate world was
Yes.
this time when clients would send things in and
Yes.
oh yeah.
I know. I know. You gain about 500 pounds over Christmas.
Oh yeah,
But it was
please.
worth it. Yeah, it was definitely worth
Yes.
it. Yeah.
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 Absolutely. Because it was
Yeah.
just fabulous. Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah. Carolyn says,
One candy bar. There you go, Carolyn. That's
yes.
right. Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
Uh,
And there's European chocolate has a different
yeah.
flavor. Yeah.
Yeah. I can't remember the name of it. It was a chocolate that I never heard of, but it wasn't Lindt. It was a chocolate company that it was mostly baking, like a lot of baking chocolate, even though they had
Mhm.
regular chocolate
Yes.
as well. But he was the logistics guy, and he worked from home. He had the best job. He had the best job, and he got laid off. So now he's going to be doing something with Clean America, whatever that is. He's going to work for them. So
Perfect.
we all do need to be cleaned up down here. So
Yeah.
it's a good idea. Yeah.
I would think my ideal job would be as like a travel consultant or someone who would go into hotels and rate the service and the rooms and the facilities and
Yeah.
everything. Yeah, I would.
You wouldn't
I would
mind
really,
doing that.
no,
I
I
always
would.
wanted to be a travel writer. I wouldn't have a problem
Yes.
being or a travel vlogger, whatever you call
Yes.
it, where they would pay you to go travel. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
absolutely. I would
Mhm.
so do that.
I
So
hear
do
you.
that. Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nice to see you.
Peanut M&Ms in my popcorn and Reese's Pieces so good. Oh, Maureen, yeah.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah.
They oh, you'd like to be a hotel tester? Okay,
Yes.
you mean you go that's kind of like what Marina was saying.
Yes.
That would be fun. Yeah.
It would. Yeah.
Mhm.
It kind of
Yeah.
like one of those secret shoppers,
Mhm.
where
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes. Yep.
you just go
Definitely.
in and rate the service. I did that for a little while, years ago,
Uh-huh.
where I was a secret shopper.
One of
And
those many jobs that you and I have had. Honest to God,
yes,
you and I could
yeah,
Marina and I are a couple of days or maybe a week apart, but a couple of years. But we have so much in common
yes,
that we have gone through in our lives. It's like two of us on the same planet living
yes,
identical lives. It's quite interesting.
it is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it
It really
absolutely is.
is.
Yeah, I remember
Mhm.
I had to go into a bank. I was hired to go into a bank and rate the service on some of their investment products
Mhm.
and some of their mortgage products. Well, I knew why I was chosen for that assignment, because I worked for a bank in the
Yep.
mortgage department. So,
Me too. Yep.
I had an inkling of what I was talking about. And it was the funniest thing that I ever did, because
bet.
as I'm talking to this person and they're giving me information that I did not ask for,
Uh-huh.
and ignoring the things that I wanted to know.
Right. Right.
Yeah. And having
Well,
to kind of sit there and not push them, right? Because I'm not supposed to guide you towards the answer.
right.
I'm just a customer.
You're just
how are
a
you going to
customer.
talk
Yep.
to me?
Were you ever in banking when they had sold like to China and necklaces? And during the Reagan administration, you could go in and you could buy, I mean, they called it supermarket banking.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, Michael Moore, on one of his things that he had, they were doing it in Colorado, and you get a gun. So it's like, put $25,000 into this CD for 6 months and you get this gun.
Yes. I know.
But yeah, it was crazy. It was crazy.
Yeah,
Oh,
absolutely.
we were writing mortgages for 11 and 12, or what did they got? 3-year adjustable, 1-year adjustable mortgages.
Yes.
And the CDs were paying 16% interest. I remember.
Yes.
It was crazy times.
Yeah,
it really was.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Uh-huh.
And and the shift in the banking industry that went from the customer is never right.
Right.
You never give the customer a deal, to the customer is always right.
Right.
You do whatever you have to in order to keep their business.
Yeah.
It was like,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. The things we did to keep them in the bank. I remember one time somebody came in and they said they wanted to take out a CD for $25,000, but they wanted us to put it in a check, and they wanted to bring it down to the bank, another bank, and just, have a CD there. So the person did the check and typed it up or whatever it was and gave them the check. They left, they went down to the bank, and they tried to open an account, and they wanted to open an account. And so the person opening the account said, okay, where's the rest of the money going to come from? You wanted to put 25,000. You only got 2,500 here.
Yeah.
And it was so good that the person called, and we took care of it right away, because the bank examiner would have shut the bank down. They would have thought we stole the rest of the money when it was just a typo. But you had to be really, really careful. But the money I don't know. I used to count the money, and it was just paper. I never thought of it as money. I never did when I was working there. No, it was just green paper.
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh,
Absolutely.
really, Jenny? 18% interest rates on jumbos?
Oh, God.
Oh,
Yeah.
my. That's huge. Yeah. It is.
And I can remember, especially here in Alberta, and this was during Pierre Elliott Trudeau's time. Mortgage rates were at 27, 28, 29%.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
You had to be really, really, you had to work magic in order to get anybody to buy a house or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
But those were some fun days.
Absolutely. Yeah, they were.
Maureen D'Amico wonders if we were sisters in a past life.
I wouldn't doubt it. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. Yeah.
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 Absolutely.
Because there's just so many things that are.
So many things. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to take off because I know Terry's coming in, and I want to thank everybody for being here today. And Marina, this is always beautiful, and thank you always for asking me to come. And I enjoyed my time with you. So.
Oh, I'm so glad you did. I'm so glad you did. This is fabulous. Yeah, I think Val is going to come in here in a few minutes, and she's going to do the prayer and the intention, and then we'll do the Pacific Standard Time. Turn on your porch lights, and then Terry is going to. We're all going to leave floating.
Marina will have a nice glass of wine, and maybe
Yes.
some chocolate, and
Absolutely.
enjoy the evening. Thank you so much. Bye,
Thank
everybody.
you,
Love you.
Ellie.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Love you too. Bye for now. Oh my God, look, there she is. Woohoo! Yeah. So I hope none of you are watching me on TV, like on a big TV where you can, you can see my pores. Start, Jenny. She is coming. I think I have her. Actually, I have her scheduled at at 7:30. So she should be coming in fairly quickly. But yeah, she's going to she's going to help us do either the akashic record healing or the angelic healing. Whatever she comes up with, I am perfectly happy with that, because we leave on a high, right? We leave feeling positive, feeling energized, all that good stuff. So do want to remind everyone, please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, and make sure that you visit the people who have visited here with me, and go to their channels and do the same thing. Subscribe to their channels and see what it is that they have to offer. Oh, Carrie Fass says, I'm looking at you on TV. You look fabulous. Oh, well, thank you. Just don't look at the pores, okay? Yeah, don't look at the pores. So, hello, Val.
Hello.
Yes. Hello. And I just, yes, Terry is going to be joining us soon.
Okay.
And she will help me close out the show.
Absolutely. Another amazing show.
Yes, absolutely. Oh gosh, it has been so much fun. I have really enjoyed this. And I will, before I forget, I will let you guys know that Sherry and Sherry Trancing with Spirit, who kind of conceived this whole idea. She and her husband have bought an RV, and they're going to start traveling soon. She was really sick for a couple months, and it's just recently that she started to feel better. So I'm going to keep her I'm going to keep her kind of whoops, sorry. Let me bring Terry on. Okay.
Hi, Val. Hi, Marina.
Hello, nice to see you, Terry. Okay, all right. I've lost my train of thought, you guys, for now, but there's something I have to go check into. So Val, go ahead.
Oh, I'm saying hi and I'm muted.
Yes. Oh.
Terry, hi.
Hi.
Yeah. So do you want me to go ahead, or so Sherry and her husband got an RV?
Yeah.
Marina's all okay.
Oh,
do you want me to go ahead?
Sorry. Yeah. What I was saying was, yes,
okay.
they bought an RV and they are getting ready to travel. So I will. I'm the one that's going to be stationary, so I'll be looking after the Shine Your Light events and website and so on and so forth. But she is going to, as they're on the road, I'm going to include her in all the invites. And when she's able to join us, she's going to be a roving reporter on the road.
Awesome. Sounds fantastic and kind of exciting.
Totally. Yes. Yeah.
So,
okay. All right. You go.
Okay.
You go ahead, Val.
I will go. So this is really anchoring in the new consciousness and of unity and light for this kind of eclipse planetary alignment activation prayer for the shine your light. So go ahead and take your deep breath in, exhaling through your mouth, and you can continue doing that 3 times if you will. And in this sacred moment, under the powerful eclipse and divine planetary alignments, we open our hearts and energy fields to receive the activation keys of light meant for us now in perfect divine flow. As we connect tonight and ongoing, we come together across the globe as radiant souls remembering our truth. We shine from this new consciousness that is dawning within and all around us. We remember we are one. We are the light. We are the creators of our reality. And from this remembrance, we choose love over fear, peace over division, serenity over chaos, clarity over confusion, truth over illusion, and unity over separation. We embrace our path as fifth dimensional beings, fully present and aware, stepping into our next evolutionary expression with grace, joy, and co-creative purpose. Together we rise as one luminous field of divine intention in our Shine Your Light event, writing the next chapter of humanity's story from the frequency of love. And so it is. So shall it be. It is done.
So it is.
Thank you.
Oh my God.
Love it.
You should have just been here and channeled my healing
Oh, really? We're on target, Terry.
completely.
We're in alignment.
Totally. And Val, somebody asked earlier if you would be able to the prayers and intentions that you use tonight, if you'd be able to put them somewhere so that they can.
I can put them. I'll tell you what. I'll put them in my Google Drive. Give you the link, and you can link it in to this video underneath, and anyone can access it, print it out.
Perfect.
Okay. All right.
Perfect. All right, we will do that.
I'm going to let you guys go. Let Terry have the stage.
Perfect. Wonderful. Thank you, Val.
Because that prayer was fire.
Oh,
Yes,
excellent.
absolutely. Absolutely.
I love it.
All right. See you later, Val.
See you
Bye
later.
for now.
Bye-bye.
And Terry, how are you?
I am fine. I am done cooking for the evening. I had to cook a big pot of curry for my grandkids being over. And
Oh
yeah,
my
so we're-
gosh. Okay, what time should I be there? Yeah.
Well, where are you in Canada? Are you right above me in BC?
I'm in Alberta, one province over.
Alberta. Oh, sorry. That will take a long time to get here.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, folks, I gotta go. Yeah. Yeah, that is fabulous. Yeah, I love curry. I love spicy food. Just period. Spicy food. So
Yeah. Well, I love it too. I just want to tell you that I have been working on this healing for a week now.
oh my gosh.
And they told me what it was. They gave this one a name. This one's called Diamond Clarity.
Oh.
And it's a future healing. I've also never done a healing that is really more about the future,
All right.
tomorrow and beyond. So this is going to be interesting. Yeah.
Perfect. I'm into it.
How has your show been going so far? I only got to go in once and do a little chatting and come back out.
Good. Good. It's been lovely. It really has been lovely. And you know what? Every time I do a show, there is something that I learn, something that I can tweak for the next show. It's always it's always so much fun, and I just feel so absolutely energized. And particularly, this is one of the reasons that I love to have you in the end, because everybody walks away on a high,
Oh, good.
right?
I
So,
like that.
yes,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Well, I also have to tell you that even though they prepped me for this, and even though they kind of showed me what they wanted to do, they're not telling me the ending. And we're
No
going to
fair.
go completely freestyle at the end here. So,
Lovely, lovely. I'm in. I'm in.
okay, good, because that
Yeah.
sometimes that worries me. I always ask them, just don't put me on a show with no thought in the head at all. Please don't put me there at that particular point.
Yeah, I don't think they ever would.
Yeah, well, they haven't, but still at the end,
Yes. Yeah, I know.
yeah,
There's always that what if.
yeah,
You haven't up until now. Yeah.
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 So, let's get going in this. So I just want to talk to people a little bit about what I'm doing, how I'm doing it, what's going on here. So uh, I am a psychic medium and an akashic record reader, also a healer,
Yeah.
and but the healing part comes in many modalities. Sometimes angels show up and want to do a healing. Sometimes it's the Akashic Records Masters that want to show up and do the healing. And this time is the Akashic Records Masters. And um, this is actually a big enough healing that they have already told me that I'm going to draw upon all of your Akashic Records Masters. So it won't just be my Akashic Records Masters doing that. Just like each of us has a spirit guides and angels and beings of light, we all also have our own Akashic Records team. And uh, they generally, I call them masters. Some people call them lords. Some people call them librarians. Whatever you call yours, that's fine. But I'm going to need all of their help to do this. So, okay, I what I'm going to do is I'm going to say the prayer of protection. And I just say that to actually really to calm down, to get calm in my spirit. We're all protected. We're all just fine. And then I'll say the key, the Akashic Record key. But before I do that, that's when I'm going to ask everybody to help me. We're going to take 3 deep breaths, just like Val. In fact, Val taught me how to do this. So
Mhm.
we're going to take deep breaths in. We're going to hold it for just a moment, and then we're going to let it out. We're going to do 3 of those. And then at that time, I'm also going to ask everybody to um, really concentrate on their crown chakra, because that's where the quantum field kind of hangs out. And that's where we're going to need some of that energy. So when you're concentrating there, then that will help with the heavy lifting. You may feel nothing as we say the key. You may feel stuff. Um, don't worry. If you don't feel it, don't worry. If you feel it, don't worry. Don't think it's weird. I mean, it is a little weird, but it's not weird. So
Yeah.
I often feel heat or tingling or see sparkles or see, just feel something. I also want people to know that this healing, this Akashic record healing trip, whatever you want to call this, is yours. It's not mine. I'm just helping. We are all going to do this, and you're all going to use your own clairs, whatever clairs you have. I'm a clairvoyant, so I see, and I have claircognizance, so I know. But however you experience this is correct. maybe you're a clairsentient and you get all the feels. Maybe you hear, maybe you do all those things. However you experience it is correct. It is correct.
Yes.
And I'm also want to make this interactive. So I'm also going to ask your audience in the chat that once we get, after I say the prayer of protection or during the prayer of protection, I need your permission to open the Akashic records, because I am opening your Akashic records as I'm doing this. So if you're in the chat, it would be lovely if you just type in a little yes so we know you're in. If you're watching this later in the replay, you can put yes in the comments. Technically, you just say yes to yourself too. But I kind of like to see how many yeses to see how many people are participating with me. So you just say yes if you want in on this. If you don't, then you just watch. No problem. And then there will be a point where we will do a clearing, and the clearing will happen sooner in this process. And they have given me some words to talk about what they want cleared out of our system to go with the healing. This is another good time that if you want something thrown in, if I don't say the word that is bugging you or the thing that is really getting you down, you throw it in. You can either just say it to yourself if you feel it's too private, or you can even put it in the chat or in the comments and just throw it on into the prayer here, because they're clearing and they're healing, so that you might as well take advantage of it. And then after we do the clearing, then they will do a healing, because if you remove a bunch of stuff, you need to put something in its place, or who knows what's going to fill up with. So at the healing, I will also have some words. But if there's something in particular that you want healed, throw it on in, especially if it has to do with the way we're feeling because of the political climate, because that's kind of what this Shine Your Light is about. We're trying to not let it get us down. We're trying to really shine. And I believe that this is exactly why we're here. This is why we all stood in the halls of heaven and vied for the tickets to get on this ride. So, yeah. So I think it's a good thing to just throw your healing in there too when we give some pauses. And if you don't mind, Marina, when we finally get into that part, when I say, please add what you want to the clearing, if you want to read them out loud, I will just pause and just see if we can make that happen. And then when we get to the healing, the same thing, if you can throw out, if there's more words than they gave me, because I don't know what everybody's feeling, and we want it to go well. Okay. And then the other thing, hopefully we have time here. They said that they wanted to add a little comfort to us. And so it's kind of its own little healing. Okay, so here we go. Okay, I'm just going to say the prayer of protection first. We are surrounded by the pure white light of divine source. We access Metatron's grid of opalescent light to help us firmly connect to our higher selves. We ask Archangel Michael to protect and guide us as we call forth all of our angels, guides, beings of light, ascended masters, and Akashic Records masters to assist us now to receive information of the highest truth, the highest frequency of light and love, allowing us to receive exactly what we need for our greatest good and the greatest good of humanity. And so it is. Okay, everybody, let's take 3 deep breaths. You don't have to take them exactly as I do, at your own pace. This is kind of a trick, because anytime you can breathe out longer than you took it in, your body calms down because it knows a saber-toothed tiger is not chasing you right now. Okay? So it's just a way to calm us down. And then after we take the deep breaths, I want you to put your attention around your head. Okay. Okay, and put your attention around your crown chakra. We open ourselves to the light. And with this light, we open ourselves to our truth. And with this light, we open ourselves to our soul's purpose. And with this light, we open ourselves to be guided towards our highest good and the highest good of all in divine love. And so the people watching live and the people watching the replay are given the truth to best serve them on their healing journey into the love and acceptance that is most beneficial for them at this moment. I have to repeat that twice to myself. And with this light and guidance, we unlock the energy field of the people watching live and the people who might watch later to receive the record of their soul. So I just want to greet my Akashic Records Masters real quick. Dear Akashic Records Masters, thank you for meeting me here. And I ask that everybody who said yes to this, if their Akashic Records Masters would please come and assist us. Okay. Okay, wow. Well, I may have called too many, and we probably don't. There's a lot, but that's okay. We need them. This is a big healing. Okay. So just so you know what I see as I'm doing this, so that maybe you can try to envision the same thing or feel the same thing, whatever, is I see our current incarnation, this life, like a big rectangular floor. And to the left of it are these little energetic slices of bread. They're just like little energetic lines between these slices. Those are your past lives. And then to the right, I see more slices of bread with the little energetic line denoting them. And they're to the right, and that's to the future. So in this case, they are inviting each of us to come and sit on the floor. Sit on the floor of the incarnation. They would like you to sit in the middle, facing towards the future. You can sit or recline in any way in your head that feels comfortable. But what I like about this is that I am going to be comfortable there because I can sit how I want in my body. So we're facing the future. We are sitting in such a way that we almost look like a Buddha with our legs folded, our back straight. And take a few deep breaths here. And I see that my Akashic Records Masters and a few others are coming in, and they're putting like a divider behind me. It's almost something that we could rest against with our back, but it's also cordoning off right now so that the direction of this healing is going to go towards the future. Okay. And as I see our body, the representative of each of us on the incarnation stage, I notice that they have put a bubble around us. And in this bubble, I notice they have put white and blue light. So this is a very white with a blue tinge on it light. I see that they're powering us up. They're calling forth all of our energies. And they're just making sure that we're very, very aware of ourselves. That we have this energetic bubble around us. So they have also given me something to tell you. They want you to know that you are exactly where you're supposed to be. There are no accidents or coincidences. You are just where you're supposed to be right now in your life, in all of this kerfuffle, in all of this, you are exactly where you're supposed to be. Your soul is enough. Your soul is far more powerful than you know. When we do this healing, it is not just us putting the energy into you. This is you calling upon the energy already inside you, that's always been there, that's been in your soul always. You are far more capable, far more able than you've ever imagined. Remember how powerful you are. Okay. So this bubble kind of disperses, but your being, your soul, this Atman or representative of you, is starting to glow and emanate, and the glow starts going forward towards the future. And I see it kind of coming out in waves. Sometimes there's a little pink in the wave, but it's mostly very whitey blue, very blue and white. And it goes out and it covers this life. So the stage that you're sitting on is covered, and it starts to go into the future lives. And they show me that the next life is very strong. The next life is strong too. That it looks like that this has a reach of about 5 lives. But they're saying the echo of your soul of the incarnations to come will keep going. This is a forever healing. Okay. Now what? So now we're going to do a clearing, because in order to heal, we have to remove the things that are holding us back from being healed. So I would like once again for everybody to take some deep breaths. I'd like you to concentrate on your crown chakra again. I want you to try to envision yourself sitting like Buddha on the incarnation, on the stage, facing forward. If it helps, you can even put your hands right now in a mudra. Okay. So, dear Akashic Records Masters, I request a clearing of all feelings that plague us during this time, during this upheaval in our country and in our world. We ask today that you clear anything that causes us not to trust that we are all light workers, that not to trust that we know, or that we forget about what our soul knows, about what we're supposed to be doing. We ask that you clear all feelings of disbelief, of abandonment, lack, fear, blame, anger, guilt. And this is where, if people want to add, they could add.
Okay. Heal anxiety. Release everything from the past that no longer serves, and also not being able to fall asleep. Clearing of my home to bring peace and positivity and calm and love and family. Clear blocks of personal stagnation and open the road to success and positive movement forward. Release past hurts and take my power back fully and completely, and everything I want is already mine. Strength and comfort. Clear karmic resistance between me and sisters for progress movement ahead. Clear and release any energies, entities, impediments holding me down, and call for a release and freedom to live life according to my path, true plan, and detaching from emotions.
Thank you, dear Akashic Records Masters, for clearing all of that in the right way, in the way that each person needs. We ask for this clearing to allow for a complete and deep forgiveness of ourselves and all others. These are cleared in all cellular structure, in all timelines, in all time and space, in the space in between, in the space of all past lives and all cellular lineage, in all time between lives, all timelines, for the highest good of the people watching live and the people watching later, and for the highest good of all humanity. We ask that in the highest timeline, it be cleared to facilitate a deep transmutation of these feelings into love, for the good of all and the good of humanity. When we encounter these feelings, because we will again, we will see them with curiosity. We will no longer buy into them. We will no longer get lost in them. We will see them with curiosity and be able to just let them go, to turn towards love. We thank you for allowing us to transmute those feelings into love. Dear Akashic Records Masters, thank you so much. So those things are swept away. And now it's time for the healing part. So, okay, show me more, please. So, this light that is emanating out from you is also acknowledging that each of you are a light worker. There is no particular thing that you have to do to be a light worker. We just all are. We're just here to actually shine our light. We're here to light the path for others and to light the path for ourselves. So this healing that they are giving us today is also part, it follows the healing of last time where that they enlarged our vision. This again, what this healing does is also strengthens your vision. This strengthens you to be able to see and acknowledge other light workers. But this also allows you to look past the outside of a person and allows you to see God inside of them and allows you to acknowledge that they are also part of you. You are part of them. We're all part of God, or the Creator, or the universe, whichever word you like. So this ability will extend into even being able to increase your clairs, or that you will be able to understand things about people that you never understood before. You will be able to see much more deeply into their soul. You will be able to have the right knowledge, the knowledge to react and not react as is required during each encounter. Your psychic vision will really sharpen. This will allow you to see way ahead. It will allow you to see the ripples of what you and others do. You will see that when you rely upon the reality of your soul, when you rely upon the fact that you are a light worker, that you're here to spread your light, your love, that you can see that your ripple goes way farther than you think. Far more powerful than you think. And you're in your next lives, in your children's next lives, in your family lineage. This will have ripples forever and ever. And now I see the energetic hand. So to me, when they're coming in to do something, I see an energetic hand that comes in. It just looks like a, white little outline with see-through. And I see that they come in, the hand comes in, and they take the index finger and they put it on our third eye. And there is a transmission of energy to us. And I see that as they transmit the energy to us, our energy goes out much farther. It's as if our body almost erupts with energy. So it's not just their energy, it's our soul's energy, really pushing this out. And this is the time to add your healing. We're going to be this healing includes love, vision, enhanced clairs, enhanced psychic abilities. It helps you comfort yourself when you need comfort. It helps you remember where you're from and your teams surrounding you. If you would like to add what else you would also like to be healed from, please go ahead now and we'll read them.
Okay. Healing for Sun Phoenix and assist with his day-to-day. He is nonverbal with a disability. Love.
I'm going to go back and get Maureen Domenico's strength and comfort, because that's a healing too.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I hear them telling me that this is kind of too much to just keep putting in the chat, that if you would like, they will leave this open for quite a while to allow your heart to speak to them about what you want. Because this is a deep, deep heart healing for the future. This goes for the rest of your life and into the future. It's going to allow you to draw upon very deep strengths when you need it. Okay. So Akashic Records, Masters, is it time for that? Okay. Okay. So this is the extra. This is the extra that they decided that we needed, that had not occurred to me until just really a few minutes before this show. So,
Okay.
So again, Try to find yourself sitting there, looking towards the future, comfortable, strong. Breathe in that blue and white light. And I see the energetic hand come back. And the finger touches you again on the forehead. It goes down and it touches you on the palm when your palms are straight down by your sides. And it goes over and touches the other palm, making an energetic triangle. And the finger comes back and it touches your root chakra, and then your shoulder, and then your other shoulder, creating another energetic triangle. So they have created an energetic Mer-Ka-Ba. So a Mer-Ka-Ba is a method of transport. You can use this Mer-Ka-Ba for many things, but what they would like you to do with this is to envision it on your body, on your body core, and know that this is a place of healing and peace for you. And so I'd like you to try to envision both of those triangles. And with your mind, I want you to enlarge it. I want you to try to enlarge it. Push the energetic lines out as far as you can. Push them above your head. Push them out from your body. Try to push it below your feet. And now it is large enough for you to basically move forward. Take a step forward into the Mer-Ka-Ba. Now, of course, you were sitting, but sit in the Mer-Ka-Ba and enjoy the peace, the clarity, the healing. They're telling me that some of you, like I'm just seeing white, the white outline of this. They're saying some of you will see colors, different colors. So this Mer-Ka-Ba is for you to use in meditation, to use anytime you're not feeling well. Even if you haven't meditated for a very, very long time, but you're very, very upset and you need comfort, this is a place to go. You can imagine yourself standing or sitting. Imagine the lines of the Mer-Ka-Ba again. And then using your soul's power, your soul's light, push it out. And you can enter it and feel these feelings again. So, dear Akashic Records Masters, thank you for the clarity you're bringing to our lives with this healing. And thank you for the comfort of the Mer-Ka-Ba. We thank you now and forever. We appreciate your love and care of all of us. And so it is. Okay.
That was lovely.
Well, the Mer-Ka-Ba is new to me, but
Oh, okay.
I mean, I know about Mer-Ka-Bas. I've never had a personal one before.
Perfect. I love it when new things come through.
Yeah.
That's just
You know,
fabulous.
I don't wonder if that they didn't do that because this week was hard. This
Mhm.
week, I know that kind of there wasn't a ton going on, but I don't know, even I felt distressed this week.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, a lot of a lot of emotion, a lot of knee-jerk reactions, a lot of uh, what is it? Distraction, just overwhelming amount of
mhm.
things. Right?
Mm.
It's like the pot is boiling over, and you're not exactly sure what you need to turn an element off. You're not sure which one to turn off. Should you put a lid on the pot? Should you move the pot? Trying to do all those things at the same time. So it's just been that kind of a week. So this, I mean, I'm getting shivers, whole body shivers, because yeah, this was very, very much needed and appreciated.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
This one is gonna. Well, they said it's a forever healing. This just keeps going
Yeah.
and going. So,
Yeah.
and I think that you can, anytime you need comfort, go to your personal Mer-Ka-Ba,
Yeah.
and then but also, you can always revisit these kinds of healings and play this again. And
Yes.
yeah,
Yeah. Absolutely.
yeah,
Absolutely. Ah. Well, you know what, folks? Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us again. Don't forget to please go over to Terry's YouTube channel. Make sure that you're subscribed, and give her a like and share, and yet raise everybody's algorithms.
yes,
And this is an absolutely perfect note to end things on, because I'm feeling very, very relaxed.
yeah.
And from here, I don't have far to go, so that I can just lay down and go off to dreamland.
Well,
So thank you to each and every one of you who has joined us. Terry, absolute pleasure as always.
thank you for inviting me.
You're more than welcome. You do some amazing work. So, yeah, I always feel so rejuvenated and recharged. So,
Well, thank you so much.
you are more than welcome. And, folks, I will see you next month. So make sure that you come and join us on, what did I say? It was the 26th of April, the Saturday, and we'll see you there. So take care. Blessings to all. Bye for now.
Bye.